أشهد أن لا
In memory of William James, born in 1842, died in 1910.
Dios te salve María, llena eres de gracia, el Señor es contigo, bendita tú.
حي على الفلاح
Nalene shibya khalado ni khako na titri brale sebreshi shloma santi.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come.
Lecture 8, The Divided Self and the Process of its Unification. The last lecture was a painful one, dealing, as it did, with evil as a pervasive element of the world we live in. At the close of it, we were brought into full view of the contrast between the two ways of looking at life, which are characteristic, respectively, of what we called the healthy-minded, who need to be born only once, and of the sick souls, who must be twice born in order to be happy. The result is two different conceptions of the universe of our experience. In the religion of the once-born, the world is a sort of rectilinear or one-storied affair, whose accounts are kept in one denomination, whose parts have just the values which naturally they appear to have, and of which a simple algebraic sum of pluses and minuses will give the total worth. Happiness and religious peace consist in living on the plus side of the account. In the religion of the twice-born, on the other hand, the world is a double-storied mystery. Peace cannot be reached by the simple addition of pluses and elimination of minuses from life. Natural good is not simply insufficient in amount and transient. There lurks a falsity in its very being. Cancelled as it all is by death, if not by earlier enemies, it gives no final balance, and can never be the thing intended for our lasting worship. It keeps us from our real good, rather, and renunciation and despair of it are our first step in the direction of the truth. There are two lives, the natural and the spiritual, and we must lose the one before we can participate in the other. In their extreme forms of pure naturalism and pure salvationism, the two types are violently contrasted, though here, as in most other current classifications, the radical extremes are somewhat ideal abstractions, and the concrete human beings whom we oftenest meet are intermediate varieties and mixtures. Practically, however, you all recognize the difference. You understand, for example, the disdain of the Methodist convert for the mere sky-blue, healthy-minded moralist. And you likewise enter into the aversion of the latter to what seems to him the diseased subjectivism of the Methodist, dying to live, as he calls it, and making of paradox and the inversion of natural appearances the essence of God's truth. The psychological basis of the twice-born character seems to be a certain discordancy or heterogeneity in the native temperament of the subject, an incompletely unified moral and intellectual constitution. Homo duplex, writes Alphonse Daudet. The first time that I perceived that I was two was at the death of my brother Henri, when my father cried out so dramatically, "He is dead, he is dead!" While my first self wept, my second self thought, how truly given was that cry! How fine it would be at the theatre! I was then 14 years old. This horrible duality has often given me matter for reflection. Oh, this terrible second me, always seated, whilst the other is on foot, acting, living, suffering, besteering itself. This second me that I have never been able to intoxicate, to make shed tears, or put to sleep, and how it sees into things, and how it mocks. Recent works on the psychology of character have had much to say upon this point. Some persons are born with an inner constitution which is harmonious and well-balanced from the outset. Their impulses are consistent with one another. Their will follows without trouble the guidance of their intellect. Their passions are not excessive, and their lives are little haunted by regrets. Others are oppositely constituted, and are so in degrees which may vary from something so slight as to result in a merely odd or whimsical inconsistency, to a discordancy of which the consequences may be inconvenient in the extreme. Of the more innocent kinds of heterogeneity, I find a good example in Mrs. Annie Besant's autobiography. I have never been the queerest mixture of weakness and strength, and have paid heavily for the weakness. As a child, I used to suffer tortures of shyness, and if my shoelace was untied, would feel shamefacedly that every eye was fixed on the unlucky string. As a girl, I would shrink away from strangers and think myself unwanted and unliked, so that I was full of eager gratitude to anyone who noticed me kindly. As the young mistress of a house, I was afraid of my servants, and would let careless work pass rather than bear the pain of reproving the ill-doer. When I have been lecturing and debating with no lack of spirit on the platform, I have preferred to go without what I wanted at the hotel, rather than to ring and make the waiter fetch it. Combative on the platform in defence of any cause I cared for, I shrink from quarrel or disapproval in the house, and am a coward at heart in private, while a good fighter in public. How often have I passed unhappy quarters of an hour, screwing up my courage to find fault with some subordinate whom my duty compelled me to reprove, and how often have I jeered at myself for a fraud as the doughty platform combatant, when shrinking from blaming some lad or lass for doing their work badly. An unkind look or word has availed to make me shrink into myself as a snail into its shell, while on the platform opposition makes me speak my best. This amount of inconsistency will only count as amiable weakness, but a stronger degree of heterogeneity may make havoc of the subject's life. There are persons whose existence is little more than a series of zigzags, as now one tendency and now another gets the upper hand. Their spirit wars with their flesh. They wish for incompatibles. Wayward impulses interrupt their most deliberate plans, and their lives are one long drama of repentance and of effort to repair misdemeanors and mistakes. Heterogeneous personality has been explained as the result of inheritance. The traits of character of incompatible and antagonistic ancestors are supposed to be preserved alongside of each other. This explanation may pass for what it is worth. It certainly needs corroboration. But whatever the cause of heterogeneous personality may be, we find the extreme examples of it in the psychopathic temperament, of which I spoke in my first lecture. All writers about that temperament make the inner heterogeneity prominent in their descriptions. Frequently indeed, it is only this trait that leads us to ascribe that temperament to a man at all. A dégénéré supérieur is simply a man of sensibility in many directions who finds more difficulty than is common in keeping his spiritual house in order and running his furrow straight, because his feelings and impulses are too keen and too discrepant mutually. In the haunting and insistent ideas, in the irrational impulses, the morbid scruples, dreads, and inhibitions which beset the psychopathic temperament when it is thoroughly pronounced, we have exquisite examples of heterogeneous personality. Bunyan had an obsession of the words, sell Christ for this, sell him for that, sell him, which would run through his mind 100 times together, until one day, out of breath with retorting, I will not, he impulsively said, let him go if he will, and this loss of the battle kept him in despair for over a year. The lives of the saints are full of such blasphemous obsessions, ascribed invariably to the direct agency of Satan. The phenomenon connects itself with the life of the subconscious self, so-called, of which we must ere long speak more directly. Now, in all of us, however constituted, but to a degree the greater in proportion, as we are intense and sensitive and subject to diversified temptations, and to the greatest possible degree if we are decidedly psychopathic, does the normal evolution of character chiefly consist in the straightening out and unifying of the inner self. The higher and the lower feelings, the useful and the erring impulses, begin by being a comparative chaos within us. They must end by forming a stable system of functions in right subordination. Unhappiness is apt to characterize the period of order-making and struggle. If the individual be of tender conscience and religiously quickened, the unhappiness will take the form of moral remorse and compunction, of feeling inwardly vile and wrong, and of standing in false relations to the author of one's being and appointer of one's spiritual fate. This is the religious melancholy and conviction of sin, and have played so large a part in the history of Protestant Christianity. The man's interior is a battleground for what he feels to be two deadly, hostile selves, one actual, the other ideal. As Victor Hugo makes his Mahomet say, Je suis le champ vil des sublimes combats, tantôt le homme d'en haut, et tantôt le homme d'en bas, et les mal dans ma bouche, avec les biens alternes, comme dans les déserts, les sabelles, et les citernes. Wrong living, impotent aspirations, what I would, that do I not, but what I hate, that do I. As St. Paul says, self-loathing, self-despair, and unintelligible and intolerable burden to which one is mysteriously the heir. Let me quote from some typical cases of discordant personality, with melancholy in the form of self-condemnation and sense of sin. St. Augustine's case is a classic example. You all remember his half-pagan, half-Christian bringing up at Carthage, his emigration to Rome and Milan, his adoption of Manichaeism and subsequent skepticism, and his restless search for truth and purity of life, and finally, how distracted by the struggle between the two souls in his breast, and ashamed of his own weakness of will, when so many others whom he knew and knew of had thrown off the shackles of sensuality and dedicated themselves to chastity and the higher life. He heard a voice in the garden say, Sum lege, take and read, and opening the Bible at random, saw the text, not in chambering and wantonness, etc., which seemed directly sent to his address, and laid the inner storm to rest forever. Augustine's psychological genius has given an account of the trouble of having a divided self which has never been surpassed. The new will which I began to have was not yet strong enough to overcome that other will, strengthened by long indulgence. So these two wills, one old, one new, one carnal, the other spiritual, contended with each other and disturbed my soul. I understood by my own experience what I had read. Flesh lusteth against spirit, and spirit against flesh. It was myself, indeed, in both the wills, yet more myself in that which I approved in myself than in that which I disapproved in myself. Yet it was through myself that habit had attained so fierce a mastery over me, because I had willingly come whither I willed not. Still bound to earth I refused, O God, to fight on thy side, as much afraid to be freed from all bonds as I ought to have feared being trammelled by them. Thus the thoughts by which I meditated upon thee were like the efforts of one who would awake, but being overpowered with sleepiness, is soon asleep again. Often does a man, when heavy sleepiness is on his limbs, defer to shake it off, and, though not approving it, encourage it. Even so, I was sure it was better to surrender to thy love than to yield to my own lusts. Yet though the former course convinced me, the latter pleased and held me bound. There was naught in me to answer thy call. Awake, thou sleeper, but only drawling, drowsy words. Presently, yes, presently, wait a little while. But the presently had no present, and the little while grew long, for I was afraid thou wouldst hear me too soon, and heal me at once of my disease of lust, which I wished to satiate rather than to see extinguished. With what lashes of words did I not scourge my own soul! Yet it shrank back, it refused, though it had no excuse to offer. I said within myself, Come, let it be done now. And as I said it, I was on the point of the resolve. I all but did it, yet I did not do it. And I made another effort, and almost succeeded, yet I did not reach it, and did not grasp it, hesitating to die to death, and live to life. And the evil to which I was so wonted held me more than the better life I had not tried. There could be no more perfect description of the divided will when the higher wishes lack just that last acuteness, that touch of explosive intensity, of dynamogenic quality, to use the slang of the psychologists, that enables them to burst their shell and make irruption efficaciously into life, and quell the lower tendencies forever. In a later lecture we shall have much to say about this higher excitability. I find another good description of the divided will in the autobiography of Henry Alline, the Nova Scotian evangelist, of whose melancholy I read a brief account in my last lecture. The poor youth's sins were, as you will see, of the most harmless order, yet they interfered with what proved to be his truest vocation. So they gave him great distress. I was now very moral in my life, but found no rest of consciousness. I now began to be esteemed in young company, who knew nothing of my mind all this while, and their esteem began to be a snare to my soul, for I soon began to be fond of carnal mirth, though I still flattered myself that if I did not get drunk, nor curse, nor swear, there would be no sin in frolicking and carnal mirth. And I thought God would indulge young people with some, what I called simple or civil recreation. I still kept a round of duties, and would not suffer myself to run into any open vices, and so got along very well in time of health and prosperity. But when I was distressed or threatened by sickness, death, or heavy storms of thunder, my religion would not do, and I found there was something wanting, and would begin to repent my going so much to frolics. But when the distress was over, the devil in my own wicked heart, with the solicitations of my associates, and my fondness for young company, were such strong allurements, I would again give way, and thus I got to be very wild and rude, at the same time kept up my rounds of secret prayer and reading, but God, not willing I should destroy myself, still followed me with his calls, and moved with such power upon my conscience that I could not satisfy myself with my diversions, and in the midst of my mirth sometimes would have such a sense of my lost and undone condition that I would wish myself from the company, and after it was over, when I went home, would make many promises that I would attend no more on these frolics, and would beg forgiveness for hours and hours. But when I came to have the temptation again, I would give way. No sooner would I hear the music and drink a glass of wine, but I would find my mind elevated, and soon proceed to any sort of merriment or diversion that I thought was not debauched or openly vicious. But when I returned from my carnal mirth, I felt as guilty as ever, and could sometimes not close my eyes for some hours after I had gone to bed. I was one of the most unhappy creatures on earth. Sometimes I would leave the company, often speaking to the fiddler to cease from playing, as if I was tired, and go out and walk about crying and praying as if my very heart would break, and beseeching God that he would not cut me off, nor give me up to hardness of heart. Oh, what unhappy hours and nights I thus wore away! When I met sometimes with merry companions, and my heart was ready to sink, I would labor to put on as cheerful a countenance as possible, that they might not distrust anything, and sometimes would begin some discourse with young men or young women on purpose, or propose a merry song, lest the distress of my soul would be discovered or mistrusted, when at the same time I would then rather have been in a wilderness, in exile, than with them or any of their pleasures or enjoyments. Thus for many months, when I was in company, I would act the hypocrite, and feign a merry heart, but at the same time would endeavor as much as I could to shun their company. Oh, wretched and unhappy mortal that I was! Everything I did, and wherever I went, I was still in a storm, and yet I continued to be the chief contriver and ringleader of the frolics for many months after, though it was a toil and torment to attend them. But the devil and my own wicked heart drove me about like a slave, telling me that I must do this and do that, and bear this and bear that, and turn here and turn there, to keep my credit up, and retain the esteem of my associates. And all this while I continued as strict as possible in my duties, and left no stone unturned to pacify my conscience, watching even against my thoughts, and praying continually wherever I went, for I did not think there was any sin in my conduct when I was among carnal company, because I did not take any satisfaction there, but only followed it. I thought for sufficient reasons. But still, all that I did or could do, conscience would roar night and day. St. Augustine and Alain both emerged into the smooth waters of inner unity and peace, and I shall next ask you to consider more closely some of the peculiarities of the process of unification when it occurs. It may come gradually, or it may occur abruptly. It may come through altered feelings, or through altered powers of action, or it may come through new intellectual insights, or through experiences which we shall later have to designate as mystical. However it come, it brings a characteristic sort of relief, and never such extreme relief as when it is cast into the religious mold. Happiness. Happiness. Religion is only one of the ways in which men gain that gift. Easily, permanently, and successfully, it often transforms the most intolerable misery into the profoundest and most enduring happiness. But to find religion is only one out of many ways of reaching unity, and the process of remedying inner incompleteness and reducing inner discord is a general psychological process which may take place with any sort of mental material and need not necessarily assume the religious form. In judging of the religious types of regeneration which we are about to study, it is important to recognize that they are only one species of a genus that contains other types as well. For example, the new birth may be away from religion into incredulity, or it may be from moral scrupulosity into freedom and license, or it may be produced by the eruption into the individual's life of some new stimulus or passion, such as love, ambition, cupidity, revenge, or patriotic devotion. In all these instances, we have precisely the same psychological form of event, a firmness, stability, and equilibrium succeeding a period of storm and stress and inconsistency. In these non-religious cases, the new man may also be born, either gradually or suddenly. The French philosopher Gifford has left an eloquent memorial of his own counter-conversion, as the transition from orthodoxy to infidelity has been well styled by Mr. Starbuck. Gifford's doubts had long harassed him, but he dates his final crisis from a certain night when his disbelief grew fixed and stable, and where the immediate result was sadness at the illusions he had lost. "I shall never forget that night of December," writes Gifford, "in which the veil that concealed from me my own incredulity was torn. I hear again my steps in that narrow, naked chamber where long after the hour of sleep had come. I had the habit of walking up and down. I see again that moon half-veiled by clouds, which now and again illuminated the frigid window panes. The hours of the night flowed on, and I did not note their passage. Anxiously I followed my thoughts as from layer to layer they descended towards the foundation of my consciousness, and scattering one by one all the illusions which until then had screened its windings from my view, made them every moment more clearly visible. Vainly I clung to these last beliefs as a shipwrecked sailor clings to the fragments of his vessel. Vainly, frightened at the unknown void in which I was about to float, I turned with them towards my childhood, my family, my country, all that was dear and sacred to me. The inflexible current of my thought was too strong. Parents, family, memory, beliefs. It forced me to let go of everything. The investigation went on more obstinate and more severe as it drew near its term and did not stop until the end was reached. I knew then that in the depth of my mind nothing was left that stood erect. This moment was a frightful one, and when towards morning I threw myself exhausted on my bed, I seemed to feel my earlier life, so smiling and so full, go out like a fire, and before me another life opened, sombre and unpeopled, where in future I must live alone with my fatal thought, which had exiled me thither and which I was tempted to curse. The days which followed this discovery were the saddest of my life. In John Foster's essay on Decision of Character, there's an account of a case of sudden conversion to avarice, which is illustrative enough to quote. A young man, it appears, wasted in 2 or 3 years a large patrimony in profligate revels with a number of worthless associates who called themselves his friends, and who, when his last means were exhausted, treated him, of course, with neglect or contempt. Reduced to absolute want, he one day went out of the house with an intention to put an end to his life, but wandering a while, almost unconsciously, he came to the brow of an eminence which overlooked what were lately his estates. Here he sat down and remained fixed in thought a number of hours, at the end of which he sprang from the ground with a vehement, exulting emotion. He had formed his resolution, which was that all these estates should be his again. He had formed his plan, too, which he instantly began to execute. He walked hastily forward, determined to seize the first opportunity, of however humble a kind, to gain any money, though it were ever so despicable a trifle, and resolved absolutely not to spend, if he could help it, a farthing of whatever he might obtain. The first thing that drew his attention was a heap of coals shot out of carts on the pavement before a house. He offered himself to shovel or wheel them into the place where they were to be laid, and was employed. He received a few pence for the labor, and then, in pursuance of the saving part of his plan, requested some small gratuity of meat and drink, which was given him. He then looked out for the next thing that might chance, and went, with indefatigable industry, through a succession of servile employments in different places of longer and shorter duration, still scrupulous in avoiding, as far as possible, the expense of a penny. He promptly seized every opportunity which could advance his design without regarding the meanness of occupation of appearance, and by this method he had gained, after a considerable time, money enough to sell again a few cattle, of which he had taken pains to understand the value. He speedily but cautiously turned his first gains into second advantages, retained without a single deviation his extreme parsimony, and thus advanced by degrees into larger transactions and incipient wealth. I did not hear or have forgotten the continued course of his life, but the final result was that he more than recovered his lost possessions, and died an inveterate miser worth 60,000 pound shilling. Let me turn now to the kind of case, the religious case, namely, that immediately concerns us. Here is one of the simplest possible type, an account of the conversion to the systematic religion of healthy-mindedness of a man who must already have been naturally of the healthy-minded type. It shows how, when the fruit is ripe, a touch will make it fall. Mr. Horace Fletcher, in his little book called Mentee Culture, relates that a friend with whom he was talking of the self-control attained by the Japanese through their practice of the Buddhist discipline said, "You must first get rid of anger and worry." "But," said I, "is that possible?" "Yes," replied he, "it is possible to the Japanese, and ought to be possible to us." On my way back, I could think of nothing else but the words, "Get rid, and the idea must have continued to possess me during my sleeping hours, for the first consciousness in the morning brought back the same thought, with the revelation of a discovery which framed itself into the reasoning, if it is possible to get rid of anger and worry, why is it necessary to have them at all? I felt the strength of the argument, and at once accepted the reasoning. The baby had discovered that it could walk. It would scorn to creep any longer. From the instant I realized that these cancer spots of worry and anger were removable, they left me. With the discovery of their weakness, they were exorcised. From that time, life has had an entirely different aspect. Although from that moment, the possibility and desirability of freedom from the depressing passions has been a reality to me. It took me some months to feel absolute security in my new position, but as the usual occasions for worry and anger have presented themselves over and over again, and I have been unable to feel them in the slightest degree, I no longer dread or guard against them, and I am amazed at my increased energy and vigor of mind, at my strength to meet situations of all kinds, and at my disposition to love and appreciate everything. I have had occasion to travel more than 10,000 miles by rail since that morning. The same Pullman porter, conductor, hotel waiter, peddler, book agent, cabman, and others who were formerly a source of annoyance and irritation have been met, but I am not conscious of a single incivility. All at once the whole world has turned good to me. I have become, as it were, sensitive only to the rays of good. I could recount many experiences which prove a brand new condition of mind, but one will be sufficient. Without the slightest feeling of annoyance or impatience, I have seen a train that I had planned to take with a good deal of interested and pleasurable anticipation move out of the station without me, because my baggage did not arrive. The porter from the hotel came running and panting into the station just as the train pulled out of sight. When he saw me, he looked as if he feared a scolding, and began to tell of being blocked in a crowded street and unable to get out. When he had finished, I said to him, "It doesn't matter at all. You couldn't help it. So we will try again tomorrow. Here is your fee. I am sorry you had all this trouble in earning it." The look of surprise that came over his face was so filled with pleasure that I was repaid on the spot for the delay in my departure. Next day, he would not accept a cent for the service, and he and I are friends for life. During the first weeks of my experience, I was on guard only against worry and anger, but in the meantime, having noticed the absence of the other depressing and dwarfing passions, I began to trace a relationship until I was convinced that they are all growths from the two roots I have specified. I have felt the freedom now for so long a time that I am sure of my relation toward it, and I could no more harbor any of the thieving and depressing influences that once I nursed as a heritage of humanity than a fop would voluntarily wallow in a filthy gutter. There is no doubt in my mind that pure Christianity and pure Buddhism and the mental sciences and all religions fundamentally teach what has been a discovery to me, but none of them have presented it in the light of a simple and easy process of elimination. At one time, I wondered if the elimination would not yield to indifference and sloth. In my experience, the contrary is the result. I feel such an increased desire to do something useful that it seems as if I were a boy again, and the energy for play had returned. I could fight as readily as, and better than ever, if there were occasion for it. It does not make one a coward. It can't, since fear is one of the things eliminated. I noticed the absence of timidity in the presence of any audience. When a boy, I was standing under a tree, which was struck by lightning, and received a shock from the effects of which I never knew exemption until I had dissolved partnership with worry. Since then, lightning and thunder have been encountered under conditions which would formerly have caused great depression and discomfort, without my experiencing a trace of either. Surprise is also greatly modified, and one is less liable to become startled by unexpected sights or noises. As far as I am individually concerned, I am not bothering myself at present As to what the results of this emancipated condition may be, I have no doubt that the perfect health aimed at by Christian Science may be one of the possibilities, for I note a marked improvement in the way my stomach does its duty in assimilating the food I give it to handle, and I am sure it works better to the sound of a song than under the friction of frown. Neither am I wasting any of this precious time formulating an idea of a future existence or a future heaven. The heaven that I have within myself is as attractive as any that has been promised or that I can imagine, and I am willing to let the growth lead where it will, as long as the anger and their brood have no part in misguiding it. The older medicine used to speak of two ways, lysis and crisis, one gradual, the other abrupt, in which one might recover from a bodily disease. In the spiritual realm, there are also two ways, one gradual, the other sudden, in which inner unification may occur. Tolstoy and Bunyan may again serve us as examples, as it happens, of the gradual way, though it must be confessed at the outset that it is hard to follow these windings of the hearts of others, and one feels that their words do not reveal their total secret. However this be, Tolstoy, pursuing his unending questioning, seemed to come to one insight after another. First, he perceived that his conviction that life was meaningless took only this finite life into account. He was looking for the value of one finite term in that of another, and the whole result could only be one of those indeterminate equations in mathematics, which end with 0 equals 0. Yet this is as far as the reasoning intellect by itself can go, unless irrational sentiment or faith brings in the infinite. Believe in the infinite as common people do, and life grows possible again. Since mankind has existed wherever life has been, there also has been the faith that gave the possibility of living. Faith is the sense of life, that sense by virtue of which man does not destroy himself, but continues to live on. It is the force whereby we live. If man did not believe that he must live for something, he would not live at all. The idea of an infinite God, of the divinity of the soul, of the union of men's actions with God, these are ideas elaborated in the infinite, secret depths of human thought. They are ideas without which I myself, said Tolstoy, would not exist. I began to see that I had no right to rely on my individual reasoning and neglect these answers given by faith, for they are the only answers to the question. Yet, how believe, as the common people believe, steeped as they are in grossest superstition? It is impossible. But yet, their life, it is normal, it is happy, it is an answer to the question. Little by little, Tolstoy came to the settled conviction, he says it took him 2 years to arrive there, that his trouble had not been with life in general, not with the common life of common men, but with the life of the upper, intellectual, artistic classes, the life which he had personally always led, the cerebral life, the life of conventionality, artificiality, and personal ambition. He had been living wrongly and must change. To work for animal needs, to abjure lies and vanities, to relieve common wants, to be simple, to believe in God, therein lay happiness again. I remember, he says, one day in early spring, I was alone in the forest, lending my ear to its mysterious noises. I listened, and my thought went back to what for these 3 years it always was busy with, the quest of God. But the idea of Him, I said, how did I ever come by the idea? And again, there arose in me, with this thought, glad aspirations towards life. Everything in me awoke and received a meaning. Why do I look farther? A voice within me asked. He is there, He, without whom one cannot live. To acknowledge God and to live are one and the same thing. God is what life is. Well then, live, seek God, and there will be no life without Him. After this, things cleared up within me and about me, better than ever, and the light has never wholly died away. I was saved from suicide. Just how or when the change took place, I cannot tell, but as insensibly and gradually as the force of life had been annulled within me, and I had reached my moral deathbed, just as gradually and imperceptibly did the energy of life come back. And what was strange was that this energy that came back was nothing new. It was my ancient, juvenile force of faith, the belief that the sole purpose of my life was to be better. I gave up the life of the conventional world, recognizing it to be no life, but a parody on life, which its superfluities simply keep us from comprehending. And Tolstoy thereupon embraced the life of the peasants and has felt right and happy, or at least relatively so, ever since. As I interpret his melancholy, then, it was not merely an accidental vitiation of his humours, though it was doubtless also that. It was logically called for by the clash between his inner character and his outer activities and aims. Although a literary artist, Tolstoy was one of those primitive oaks of men to whom the superfluities and insincerities, the cupidities, complications, and cruelties of our polite civilization are profoundly unsatisfying, and for whom the eternal veracities lie with more natural and animal things. His crisis was the getting of his soul in order, the discovery of its genuine habitat and vocation, the escape from falsehoods into what for him were ways of truth. It was a case of heterogeneous personality tardily and slowly finding its unity and level. And though not many of us can imitate Tolstoy, not having enough perhaps of the aboriginal human marrow in our bones, most of us may at least feel as if it might be better for us if we could. Bunyan's recovery seems to have been even slower. For years together he was alternately haunted with texts of Scripture, now up and now down, but at last with an ever-growing relief in his salvation through the blood of Christ. My peace would be in and out 20 times a day, comfort now and trouble presently, peace now and before I could go a furlong as full of guilt and fear as ever heart could hold. When a good text comes home to him, this, he writes, gave me good encouragement for the space of 2 or 3 hours, or this was a good day to me. I hope I shall not forget it, or the glory of these words was then so weighty on me that I was ready to swoon as I sat, yet not with grief and trouble, but with solid joy and peace, or this made strange seizure on my spirit. It brought light with it, and commanded a silence in my heart of all those tumultuous thoughts that before did use, like masterless hellhounds, to roar and bellow and make a hideous noise within me. It showed me that Jesus Christ had not quite forsaken and cast off my soul. Such periods accumulate until he can write, and now remained only the hinder part of the tempest. For the thunder was gone beyond me, only some drops would still remain, that now and then would fall upon me, and at last, now did my chains fall off my legs indeed. I was loosed from my afflictions and irons, my temptations also fled away, so that from that time those dreadful scriptures of God left off to trouble me. Now went I also home, rejoicing, for the grace and love of God. Now could I see myself in heaven and earth at once. In heaven by my Christ, by my head, by my righteousness and life, though on earth by my body or person. Christ was a precious Christ to my soul that night. I could scarce lie in my bed for joy and peace and triumph through Christ. Bunyan became a minister of the gospel, and in spite of his neurotic constitution, and of the 12 years he lay in prison for his nonconformity, his life was turned to active use. He was a peacemaker and doer of good, and the immortal allegory which he wrote has brought the very spirit of religious patience home to English hearts. But neither Bunyan nor Tolstoy could become what we have called healthy-minded. They had drunk too deeply of the cup of bitterness ever to forget its taste, and their redemption is into a universe 2 stories deep. Each of them realized a good which broke the effective edge of his sadness, yet the sadness was preserved as a minor ingredient in the heart of the faith by which it was overcome. The fact of interest for us is that, as a matter of fact, they could and did find something welling up in the inner reaches of their consciousness by which such extreme sadness could be overcome. Tolstoy does well to talk of it as that by which men live, for that is exactly what it is, a stimulus, an excitement, a faith, a force that re-infuses the positive willingness to live, even in full presence of the evil perceptions that erewhile made life seem unbearable. For Tolstoy's perceptions of evil appear within their sphere to have remained unmodified. His later works show him implacable to the whole system of official values, the ignobility of fashionable life, the infamies of empire, the spuriousness of the church, the vain conceit of the professions, the meannesses and cruelties that go with great success, and every other pompous crime and lying institution of this world. To all patience with such things, his experience has been for him a permanent ministry of death. Bunyan also leaves this world to the enemy. I must first pass a sentence of death, he says, upon everything that can properly be called a thing of this life, even to reckon myself, my wife, my children, my health, my enjoyments, and all as dead to me, and myself as dead to them, to trust in God through Christ, as touching the world to come, and as touching this world, to count the grave my house, to make my bed in darkness, and to say to corruption, Thou art my father, and to the worm, Thou art my mother and sister. The parting with my wife and my poor children hath often been to me as the pulling of my flesh from my bones, especially my poor blind child, who lay nearer my heart than all I had besides. Poor child, thought I, what sorrow art thou like to have for thy portion in this world? Thou must be beaten, must beg, suffer hunger, cold, nakedness, and 1,000 calamities, though I cannot now endure that the wind should blow upon thee. But yet I must venture you all with God, though it goeth to the quick to leave you. The hue of resolution is there, but the full flood of ecstatic liberation seems never to have poured over poor John Bunyan's soul. These examples may suffice to acquaint us in a general way with the phenomenon technically called conversion. In the next lecture, I shall invite you to study its peculiarities and concomitants in some detail. Lecture 9. Conversion. To be converted, to be regenerated, to receive grace, to experience religion, to gain an assurance, are so many phrases which denote the process, gradual or sudden, by which a self hitherto divided and consciously wrong, inferior, and unhappy becomes unified and consciously right, superior, and happy in consequence of its firmer hold upon religious realities. This, at least, is what conversion signifies in general terms, whether or not we believe that a direct divine operation is needed to bring such a moral change about. Before entering upon a minuter study of the process, let me enliven our understanding of the definition by a concrete example. I choose the quaint case of an unlettered man, Stephen H. Bradley, whose experience is related in a scarce American pamphlet. I select this case because it shows how in these inner alterations one may find one unsuspected depth below another, as if the possibilities of character lay disposed in a series of layers or shells of whose existence we have no premonitory knowledge. Bradley thought that he had been already fully converted at the age of 14. I thought I saw the Savior by faith in human shape for about 1 second in the room, with arms extended, appearing to say to me, "Come." The next day I rejoiced with trembling. Soon after, my happiness was so great that I said that I wanted to die. This world had no place in my affections, as I knew of, and every day appeared as solemn to me as the Sabbath. I had an ardent desire that all mankind might feel as I did. I wanted to have them all love God supremely. Previous to this time, I was very selfish and self-righteous. But now I desired the welfare of all mankind, and could with a feeling heart forgive my worst enemies. And I felt as if I should be willing to bear the scoffs and sneers of any person, and suffer anything for his sake, if I could be the means in the hands of God, of the conversion of one soul. 9 years later, in 1829, Mr. Bradley heard of a revival of religion that had begun in his neighborhood. Many of the young converts, he says, would come to me when in meeting and ask me if I had religion, and my reply generally was, "I hope I have." This did not appear to satisfy them. They said they knew they had it. I requested them to pray for me, thinking with myself that if I had not got religion now, after so long a time professing to be a Christian, that it was time I had, and hoped their prayers would be answered in my behalf. One Sabbath I went to hear the Methodist at the academy, and he spoke of the ushering in of the day of general judgment. And he set it forth in such a solemn and terrible manner as I never heard before. The scene of that day appeared to be taking place, and so awakened were all the powers of my mind that, like Felix, I trembled involuntarily on the bench where I was sitting, though I felt nothing at heart. The next day, evening, I went to hear him again. He took his text from Revelation. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God. And he represented the terrors of that day in such a manner that it appeared as if it would melt the heart of stone. When he finished his discourse, an old gentleman turned to me and said, "This is what I call preaching." I thought the same, but my feelings were still unmoved by what he said, and I did not enjoy religion, but I believe he did. And I will now relate my experience of the power of the Holy Spirit, which took place on the same night. Had any person told me previous to this that I could have experienced the power of the Holy Spirit in the manner which I did, I could not have believed it, and should have thought the person deluded that told me so. I went directly home after the meeting, and when I got home, I wondered what made me feel so stupid. I retired to rest soon after I got home, and felt indifferent to the things of religion, until I began to be exercised by the Holy Spirit, which began in about 5 minutes after, in the following manner. At first I began to feel my heart beat very quick, all on a sudden, which made me at first think that perhaps something is going to ail me, though I was not alarmed, for I felt no pain. My heart increased in its beating, which soon convinced me that it was the Holy Spirit from the effect it had on me. I began to feel exceedingly happy and humble, and such a sense of unworthiness as I never felt before. I could not very well help speaking out, which I did, and said, "Lord, I do not deserve this happiness," or words to that effect, while there was a stream resembling air in feeling came into my mouth and heart in a more sensible manner than that of drinking anything, which continued, as near as I could judge, 5 minutes or more, which appeared to be the cause of such a palpitation of my heart. It took complete possession of my soul, and I am certain that I desired the Lord, which in the midst of it, not to give me any more happiness, for it seemed as if I could not contain what I had got. My heart seemed as if it would burst, but it did not stop until I felt as if I was utterly full of the love and grace of God. In the meantime, while thus exercised, a thought arose in my mind, what can it mean? And all at once, as if to answer it, my memory became exceedingly clear, and it appeared to me just as if the New Testament was placed open before me, 8th chapter of Romans, and as light as if some candle lighted was held from me to read the 26th and 27th verses of that chapter. And I read these words, "The Spirit helpeth our infirmities with groanings which cannot be uttered." And all the time that my heart was a-beating, it made me groan like a person in distress, which was not very easy to stop, though I was in no pain at all. And my brother, being in bed in the other room, came and opened the door and asked me if I had got the toothache. I told him no, and that he might get to sleep. I tried to stop. I felt unwilling to go to sleep myself. I was so happy, fearing I should lose it, thinking within myself, my willing soul would stay in such a frame as this. And while I lay reflecting, after my heart stopped beating, feeling as if my soul was full of the Holy Spirit, I thought that perhaps there might be angels hovering round my bed. I felt just as if I wanted to converse with them, and finally I spoke, saying, "O ye affectionate angels, how is it that ye can take so much interest in our welfare, and we take so little interest in our own?" After this, with difficulty, I got to sleep, and when I awoke in the morning, my first thoughts were, what has become of my happiness? And feeling a degree of it in my heart, I asked for more, which was given to me as quick as thought. I then got up to dress myself and found to my surprise that I could but just stand. It appeared to me as if it was a little heaven upon earth. My soul felt as completely raised above the fears of death as of going to sleep, and like a bird in a cage, I had a desire, if it was the will of God, to get released from my body and to dwell with Christ. Though willing to live to do good to others and to warn sinners to repent, I went downstairs feeling as solemn as if I had lost all my friends, and thinking with myself that I would not let my parents know it until I had first looked into the Testament. I went directly to the shelf and looked into it at the 8th chapter of Romans, and every verse seemed to almost speak and to confirm it to be truly the Word of God. And as if my feelings corresponded with the meaning of the word, I then told my parents of it and told them that I thought that they must see that when I spoke, that it was not my own voice, for it appeared so to me. My speech seemed entirely under the control of the Spirit within me. I do not mean that the words which I spoke were not my own, for they were. I thought that I was influenced similar to the apostles on the day of Pentecost, with the exception of having power to give it to others and doing what they did. After breakfast, I went round to converse with my neighbors on religion, which I could not have been hired to have done before this, and at their request I prayed with them, though I had never prayed in public before. I now feel as if I had discharged my duty by telling the truth, and hope, by the blessing of God, it may do some good to all who shall read it. He has fulfilled his promise in sending the Holy Spirit down into our hearts, or mine, at least, and I now defy all the deists and atheists in the world to shake my faith in Christ. So much for Mr. Bradley and his conversion, of the effect of which upon his later life we gain no information. Now for a minuter survey of the constituent elements of the conversion process. If you open the chapter on association of any treatise on psychology, you will read that a man's ideas, aims, and objects form diverse internal groups and systems, relatively independent of one another. Each aim which he follows awakens a certain specific kind of interested excitement and gathers a certain group of ideas together in subordination to it as its associates. And if the aims and excitements are distinct in kind, their groups of ideas may have little in common. When one group is present and engrosses the interest, all the ideas connected with other groups may be excluded from the mental field. The President of the United States, when, with paddle, gun, and fishing rod, he goes camping in the wilderness for a vacation, changes his system of ideas from top to bottom. The presidential anxieties have lapsed into the background entirely. The official habits are replaced by the habits of a son of nature, and those who knew the man only as the strenuous magistrate would not know him for the same person if they saw him as the camper. If now he should never go back and never again suffer political interest to gain dominion over him, he would be, for practical intents and purposes, a permanently transformed being. Our ordinary alterations of character, as we pass from one of our aims to another, are not commonly called transformations, because each of them is so rapidly succeeded by another in the reverse direction. But whenever one aim grows so stable as to expel definitively its previous rivals from the individual's life, we tend to speak of the phenomenon, and perhaps to wonder at it, as a transformation. These alternations are the completest of the ways in which a self may be divided. A less complete way is the simultaneous coexistence of two or more different groups of aims, of which one practically holds the right of way and instigates activity, whilst the others are only pious wishes and never practically come to anything. St. Augustine's aspirations to a purer life, in our last lecture, were for a while an example. Another would be the president, in his full pride of office, wondering whether it were not all vanity, and whether the life of a woodchopper were not the wholesomer destiny. Such fleeting aspirations are mere velleitates, whimsies. They exist on the remoter outskirts of the mind, and the real self of the man, the center of his energies, is occupied with an entirely different system. As life goes on, there is a constant change of our interests, and a consequent change of place in our systems of ideas, from more central to more peripheral, and from more peripheral to more central parts of consciousness. I remember, for instance, that one evening when I was a youth, my father read aloud from a Boston newspaper that part of Lord Gifford's will, which founded these 4 lectureships. At that time I did not think of being a teacher of philosophy, and what I listened to was as remote from my own life as if it related to the planet Mars. Yet here I am, with the Gifford system part and parcel of my very self, and all my energies, for the time being, devoted to successfully identifying myself with it. My soul stands now planted in what once was for it a practically unreal object, and speaks from it as from its proper habitat and center. When I say soul, you need not take me in the ontological sense, unless you prefer to, for although ontological language is instinctive in such matters, yet Buddhists or Humeans can perfectly well describe the facts in the phenomenal terms, which are their favorites. For them, the soul is only a succession of fields of consciousness, yet there is found in each field a part or sub-field which figures as focal and contains the excitement, and from which, as from a center, the aim seems to be taken. Talking of this part, we involuntarily apply words of perspective to distinguish it from the rest. Words like here, this, now, mine, or me, and we ascribe to the other parts the positions there, then, that, his, or thine, it, not me, but a here can change to a there, and a there become a here, and what was mine and what was not mine change their places. What brings such changes about is the way in which emotional excitement alters. Things hot and vital to us today are cold tomorrow. It is as if seen from the hot parts of the field that the other parts appear to us, and from these hot parts personal desire and volition make their sallies. They are, in short, the centers of our dynamic energy, whereas the cold parts leave us indifferent and passive in proportion to their coldness. Whether such language be rigorously exact is for the present of no importance. It is exact enough if you recognize from your own experience the facts which I seek to designate by it. Now there may be great oscillation in the emotional interest, and the hot places may shift before one almost as rapidly as the sparks that run through burnt-up paper. Then we have the wavering and divided self we heard so much of in the previous lecture, or the focus of excitement and heat, the point of view from which the aim is taken, may come to lie permanently within a certain system. And then, if the change be a religious one, we call it a conversion, especially if it be by crisis or sudden. Let us hereafter, in speaking of the hot place in a man's consciousness, the group of ideas to which he devotes himself and from which he works, call it the habitual center of his personal energy. It makes a great difference to a man whether one set of his ideas or another be the center of his energy. And it makes a great difference as regards any set of ideas which he may possess, whether they become central or remain peripheral in him. To say that a man is converted means, in these terms, that religious ideas, previously peripheral in his consciousness, now take a central place, and that religious aims form the habitual center of his energy. Now, if you ask of psychology just how the excitement shifts in a man's mental system and why aims that were peripheral become at a certain moment central, psychology has to reply that although she can give a general description of what happens, she's unable in a given case to account accurately for all the single forces at work. Neither an outside observer nor the subject who undergoes the process can explain fully how particular experiences are able to change one's center of energy so decisively, or why they so often have to bide their hour to do so. We have a thought or we perform an act repeatedly, but on a certain day, the real meaning of the thought peels through us for the first time, or the act has suddenly turned into a moral impossibility. All we know is that there are dead feelings, dead ideas, and cold beliefs. And there are hot and live ones. And when one grows hot and alive within us, everything has to recrystallize about it. We may say that the heat and liveliness mean only the motor efficacy, long deferred, but now operative, of the idea. But such talk itself is only circumlocution, for whence the sudden motor efficacy? And our explanations then get so vague and general that one realizes all the more the intense individuality of the whole phenomenon. In the end, we fall back on the hackneyed symbolism of a mechanical equilibrium. A mind is a system of ideas, each with the excitement it arouses, and with tendencies impulsive and inhibitive, which mutually check or reinforce one another. The collection of ideas alters by subtraction or by addition in the course of experience, and the tendencies alter as the organism gets more aged. A mental system may be undermined or weakened by this interstitial alteration just as a building is, and yet for a time keep upright by dead habit. But a new perception, a sudden emotional shock, or an occasion which lays bare the organic alteration, will make the whole fabric fall together, and then the center of gravity sinks into an attitude more stable, for the new ideas that reach the center in the rearrangement seem now to be locked there, and the new structure remains permanent. Formed associations of ideas and habits are usually factors of retardation in such changes of equilibrium. New information, however acquired, plays an accelerating part in the changes, and the slow mutation of our instincts and propensities under the unimaginable touch of time has an enormous influence. Moreover, all these influences may work subconsciously or half unconsciously, and when you get a subject in whom the subconscious life, of which I must speak more fully soon, is largely developed, and in whom motives habitually ripen in silence, you get a case of which you can never give a full account, and in which, both to the subject and the onlookers, there may appear an element of marvel. Emotional occasions, especially violent ones, are extremely potent in precipitating mental rearrangements, the sudden and explosive ways in which love, jealousy, guilt, fear, remorse, or anger can seize upon one are known to everybody. Hope, happiness, security, resolve, emotions characteristic of conversion, can be equally explosive, and emotions that come in this explosive way seldom leave things as they found them. In his recent work on the psychology of religion, Professor Starbuck of California has shown by a statistical inquiry how closely parallel in its manifestations the ordinary conversion, which occurs in young people brought up in evangelical circles, is to that growth into a larger spiritual life, which is a normal phase of adolescence in every class of human beings. The age is the same, falling usually between 14 and 17. The symptoms are the same: sense of incompleteness and imperfection, brooding, depression, morbid introspection, and sense of sin, anxiety about the hereafter, distress over doubts, and the like. And the result is the same: a happy relief and objectivity, as the confidence in self gets greater through the adjustment of the faculties to the wider outlook. In spontaneous religious awakening, apart from revivalistic examples, and in the ordinary storm and stress and molting time of adolescence, we also may meet with mystical experiences astonishing the subjects by their suddenness. Just as in revivalistic conversion, the analogy, in fact, is complete, and Starbuck's conclusion as to these ordinary youthful conversions would seem to be the only sound one. Conversion is in its essence a normal adolescent phenomenon, incidental to the passage from the child's small universe to the wider intellectual and spiritual life of maturity. Theology, says Dr. Starbuck, takes the adolescent tendencies and builds upon them. It sees that the essential thing in adolescent growth is bringing the person out of childhood into the new life of maturity and personal insight. It accordingly brings those means to bear which will intensify the normal tendencies. It shortens up the period of duration of storm and stress. The conversion phenomena of conviction of sin last, by this investigator's statistics, about 1/5 as long as the periods of adolescent storm and stress phenomena, of which he also got statistics, but they are very much more intense. Bodily accompaniments, loss of sleep and appetite, for example, are much more frequent in them. The essential distinction appears to be that conversion intensifies, but shortens the period by bringing the person to a definite crisis. The conversions which Dr. Starbuck here has in mind are, of course, mainly those of very commonplace persons, kept true to a pre-appointed type by instruction, appeal, and example. The particular form which they affect is the result of suggestion and imitation. If they went through their growth crisis in other faiths and other countries, although the essence of the change would be the same, since it is one in the main so inevitable, its accidents would be different. In Catholic lands, for example, and in our own Episcopalian sects, no such anxiety and conviction of sin is usual as in sects that encourage revivals, the sacraments being more relied on in these more strictly ecclesiastical bodies, The individual's personal acceptance of salvation needs less to be accentuated and led up to. But every imitative phenomenon must once have had its original, and I propose that for the future we keep as close as may be to the more first-hand and original forms of experience. These are more likely to be found in sporadic adult cases. Professor Loiba, in a valuable article on the psychology of conversion, subordinates the theological aspect of the religious life almost entirely to its moral aspect. The religious sense he defines as the feeling of unwholeness, of moral imperfection, of sin, to use the technical word, accompanied by the yearning after the peace of unity. The word religion, he says, is getting more and more to signify the conglomerate of desires and emotions springing from the sense of sin and its release. And he gives a large number of examples in which the sin ranges from drunkenness to spiritual pride, to show that the sense of it may be set one and crave relief as urgently as does the anguish of the sickened flesh or any form of physical misery. Undoubtedly, this conception covers an immense number of cases. A good one to use as an example is that of Mr. S.H. Hadley, who after his conversion became an active and useful rescuer of drunkards in New York. His experience runs as follows. One Tuesday evening I sat in a saloon in Harlem, a homeless, friendless, dying drunkard. I had pawned or sold everything that would bring a drink. I could not sleep unless I was dead drunk. I had not eaten for days, and for 4 nights preceding I had suffered with delirium tremens or the horrors from midnight till morning. I had often said, I will never be a tramp. I will never be cornered. For when that time comes, if it ever comes, I will find a home in the bottom of the river. But the Lord so ordered it that when that time did come, I was not able to walk 1/4 of the way to the river. As I sat there thinking, I seemed to feel some great and mighty presence. I did not know then what it was. I did learn afterwards that it was Jesus, the sinner's friend. I walked up to the bar and pounded it with my fist till I made the glasses rattle. Those who stood by drinking looked on with scornful curiosity. I said I would never take another drink. If I died on the street, and really I felt as though that would happen before morning, something said, if you want to keep this promise, go and have yourself locked up. I went to the nearest station house and had myself locked up. I was placed in a narrow cell, and it seemed as though all the demons that could find room came in that place with me. This was not all the company I had, either. No, praise the Lord, that dear spirit that came to me in the saloon was present and said, pray. I did pray. And though I did not feel any great help, I kept on praying. As soon as I was able to leave my cell, I was taken to the police court and remanded back to the cell. I was finally released and found my way to my brother's house, where every care was given me. While lying in bed, the admonishing spirit never left me. And when I arose the following Sabbath morning, I felt that day would decide my fate. And toward evening it came into my head to go to Jerry Mawley's mission. I went. The house was packed, and with great difficulty I made my way to the space near the platform. There I saw the apostle to the drunkard and the outcast, that man of God, Jerry Mawley. He rose and amid deep silence told his experience. There was a sincerity about this man that carried conviction with it, and I found myself saying, I wonder if God can save me. I listened to the testimony of 25 or 30 persons, every one of whom had been saved from rum, and I made up my mind that I would be saved or die right there. When the invitation was given, I knelt down with a crowd of drunkards. Jerry made the first prayer, then Mrs. Mawley prayed fervently for us. Oh, what a conflict was going on for my poor soul. A blessed whisper said, "Come." The devil said, "Be careful." I halted but a moment, and then, with a breaking heart, I said, "Dear Jesus, can you help me? Never with mortal tongue can I describe that moment, although up to that moment my soul had been filled with indescribable gloom. I felt the glorious brightness of the noonday sun shine into my heart. I felt I was a free man. Oh, the precious feeling of safety, of freedom, of resting on Jesus. I felt that Christ, with all his brightness and power, had come into my life, that indeed old things had passed away and all things had become new. From that moment till now, I have never wanted a drink of whiskey, and I have never seen money enough to make me take one. I promised God that night that if he would take away the appetite for strong drink, I would work for him all my life. He has done his part, and I have been trying to do mine. Dr. Loiba rightly remarks that there is little doctrinal theology in such an experience, which starts with the absolute need of a higher helper and ends with the sense that he has helped us. He gives other cases of drunkards' conversions which are purely ethical, containing, as recorded, no theological beliefs whatever. John B. Goff's case, for instance, is practically, says Dr. Loiba, the conversion of an atheist, neither God nor Jesus being mentioned. But, in spite of the importance of this type of regeneration, with little or no intellectual readjustment, this writer surely makes it too exclusive. It corresponds to the subjectively centered form of morbid melancholy, of which Bunyan and Alleyn were examples. But we saw in our 7th lecture that there are objective forms of melancholy also, in which the lack of rational meaning of the universe, and of life anyhow, is the burden that weighs upon one. You remember Tolstoy's case. So there are distinct elements in conversion, and their relations to individual lives deserve to be discriminated. Some persons, for instance, never are and possibly never under any circumstances could be converted. Religious ideas cannot become the center of their spiritual energy. They may be excellent persons, servants of God in practical ways, but they are not children of his kingdom. They are either incapable of imagining the invisible, or else, in the language of devotion, they are lifelong subjects of barrenness and dryness. Such inaptitude for religious faith may in some cases be intellectual in its origin. Their religious faculties may be checked in their natural tendency to expand by beliefs about the world that are inhibitive. The pessimistic and materialistic beliefs, for example, within which so many good souls, who in former times would have freely indulged their religious propensities, find themselves nowadays, as it were, frozen. Or the agnostic vetoes upon faith as something weak and shameful, under which so many of us today lie cowering, afraid to use our instincts. In many persons, such inhibitions are never overcome. To the end of their days, they refuse to believe. Their personal energy never gets to its religious center, and the latter remains inactive in perpetuity. In other persons, the trouble is profounder. There are men anesthetic on the religious side, deficient in that category of sensibility. Just as a bloodless organism can never, in spite of all its goodwill, attain to the reckless animal spirits enjoyed by those of sanguine temperament, so the nature which is spiritually barren may admire and envy faith in others, but can never compass the enthusiasm and peace which those who are temperamentally qualified for faith enjoy. All this may, however, turn out eventually to have been a matter of temporary inhibition. Even late in life, some thaw, some release may take place, some bolt be shot back in the barrenest breast, and the man's hard heart may soften and break into religious feeling. Such cases, more than any others, suggest the idea that sudden conversion is by miracle. So long as they exist, we must not imagine ourselves to deal with irretrievably fixed classes. Now, there are two forms of mental occurrence in human beings, which lead to a striking difference in the conversion process. A difference to which Professor Starbuck has called attention. You know how it is when you try to recollect a forgotten name? Usually you help the recall by working for it, by mentally running over the places, persons, and things with which the word was connected. But sometimes this effort fails. You feel then as if the harder you tried, the less hope there would be, as though the name were jammed, and pressure in its direction only kept it all the more from rising. And then the opposite expedient often succeeds. Give up the effort entirely. Think of something altogether different, and in half an hour the lost name comes sauntering into your mind, as Emerson says, as carelessly as if it had never been invited. Some hidden process was started in you by the effort, which went on after the effort ceased, and made the result come as if it came spontaneously. A certain music teacher, says Dr. Starbuck, says to her pupils after the thing to be done has been clearly pointed out and unsuccessfully attempted, stop trying and it will do itself. There is thus a conscious and voluntary way and an involuntary and unconscious way in which mental results may get accomplished, and we find both ways exemplified in the history of conversion, giving us two types, which Starbuck calls the volitional type and the type by self-surrender, respectively. In the volitional type, the regenerative change is usually gradual and consists in the building up, piece by piece, of a new set of moral and spiritual habits. But there are always critical points here at which the movement forward seems much more rapid. This psychological fact is abundantly illustrated by Dr. Starbuck. Our education in any practical accomplishment proceeds, apparently, by jerks and starts, just as the growth of our physical bodies does. An athlete sometimes awakens suddenly to an understanding of the fine points of the game and to a real enjoyment of it, just as the convert awakens to an appreciation of religion. If he keeps on engaging in the sport, there may come a day when all at once the game plays itself through him, when he loses himself in some great contest. In the same way, a musician may suddenly reach a point at which pleasure in the technique of the art entirely falls away, and in some moment of inspiration he becomes the instrument through which music flows. The writer has chanced to hear two different married persons, both of whose wedded lives had been beautiful from the beginning, relate that not until a year or more after marriage did they awake to the full blessedness of married life. So it is with the religious experience of these persons we are studying. We shall ere long hear still more remarkable illustrations of subconsciously maturing processes eventuating in results of which we suddenly grow conscious. Sir William Hamilton and Professor Laycock of Edinburgh were among the first to call attention to this class of effects. But Dr. Carpenter first, unless I am mistaken, introduced the term unconscious cerebration, which has since then been a popular phrase of explanation. The facts are now known to us far more extensively than he could know them, and the adjective unconscious, being for many of them almost certainly a misnomer, is better replaced by the vaguer term subconscious or subliminal. Of the volitional type of conversion, it would be easy to give examples, but they are as a rule less interesting than those of the self-surrender type, in which the subconscious effects are more abundant and often startling. I will therefore hurry to the latter, the more so because the difference between the two types is, after all, not radical. Even in the most voluntary, built-up sort of regeneration, there are passages of partial self-surrender interposed, and in the great majority of all cases, when the will has done its uttermost towards bringing one close to the complete unification aspired after, it seems that the very last step must be left to other forces and performed without the help of its activity. In other words, self-surrender becomes then indispensable. The personal will, says Dr. Starbuck, must be given up. In many cases, relief persistently refuses to come until the person ceases to resist or to make an effort in the direction he desires to go. I had said I would not give up, but when my will was broken, it was all over, writes one of Starbuck's correspondents. Another says, I simply said, Lord, I have done all I can. I leave the whole matter with thee, and immediately there came to me a great peace. Another, all at once it occurred to me that I might be saved, too, if I would stop trying to do it all myself and follow Jesus. Somehow, I lost my load. Another, I finally ceased to resist and gave myself up, though it was a hard struggle. Gradually the feeling came over me that I had done my part and God was willing to do his. Lord, thy will be done. Damn or save, cries John Nelson, exhausted with the anxious struggle to escape damnation, and at that moment his soul was filled with peace. Dr. Starbuck gives an interesting, and it seems to me, a true account, so far as conceptions so schematic can claim truth at all, of the reasons why self-surrender at the last moment should be so indispensable. To begin with, there are two things in the mind of the candidate for conversion. First, the present incompleteness or wrongness, the sin, which he is eager to escape from. And second, the positive ideal which he longs to compass. Now, with most of us, the sense of our present wrongness is a far more distinct piece of our consciousness than is the imagination of any positive ideal we can aim at. In a majority of cases, indeed, the sin almost exclusively engrosses the attention, so that conversion is a process of struggling away from sin rather than of striving towards righteousness. A man's conscious wit and will, so far as they strain towards the ideal, are aiming at something only dimly and inaccurately imagined. Yet all the while, the forces of mere organic ripening within him are going on towards their own prefigured result, and his conscious strainings are letting loose subconscious allies behind the scenes, which in their way work towards rearrangement, and the rearrangement towards which all these deeper forces tend is pretty surely definite, and definitely different from what he consciously conceives and determines. It may consequently be actually interfered with, jammed, as it were, like the lost word when we seek too energetically to recall it, by his voluntary efforts slanting from the true direction. Starbuck seems to put his finger on the root of the matter when he says that to exercise the personal will is still to live in the region where the imperfect self is the thing most emphasized, where, on the contrary, the subconscious forces take the lead. It is more probably the better self in posse which directs the operation. Instead of being clumsily and vaguely aimed at from without, it is then itself the organizing center. What then must the person do? He must relax, says Dr. Starbuck. That is, he must fall back on the larger power that makes for righteousness, which has been welling up in his own being, and let it finish in its own way the work it has begun. The act of yielding, in this point of view, is giving oneself over to the new life, making it the center of a new personality, and living from within the truth of it which had before been viewed objectively. Man's extremity is God's opportunity, is the theological way of putting this fact of the need of self-surrender, whilst the physiological way of stating it would be, let one do all in one's power, and one's nervous system will do the rest. Both statements acknowledge the same fact. To state it in terms of our own symbolism, when the new center of personal energy has been subconsciously incubated so long as to be just ready to open into flower, hands off is the only word for us. It must be burst forth unaided. We have used the vague and abstract language of psychology, but since in any terms the crisis described is the throwing of our conscious selves upon the mercy of powers which, whatever they may be, are more ideal than we are actually, and make for our redemption, you see why self-surrender has been and always must be regarded as the vital turning point of the religious life, so far as the religious life is spiritual and no affair of outer works and ritual and sacraments. One may say that the whole development of Christianity in inwardness has consisted in little more than the greater and greater emphasis attached to this crisis of self-surrender. From Catholicism to Lutheranism, and then to Calvinism, from that to Wesleyanism, and from this, outside of technical Christianity altogether, to pure liberalism, or transcendental idealism, whether or not of the mind-cure type, taking in the medieval mystics, the Quietists, the Pietists, and Quakers, by the way, we can trace the stages of progress towards the idea of an immediate spiritual help experienced by the individual in his forlornness and standing in no essential need of doctrinal apparatus or propitiatory machinery. Psychology and religion are thus in perfect harmony up to this point, since both admit that there are forces seemingly outside of the conscious individual that bring redemption to his life. Nevertheless, psychology, defining these forces as subconscious and speaking of their effects as due to incubation or cerebration, implies that they do not transcend the individual's personality. And herein she diverges from Christian theology, which insists that they are direct supernatural operations of the deity. I propose to you that we do not yet consider this divergence final, but leave the question for a while in abeyance. Continued inquiry may enable us to get rid of some of the apparent discord. Revert then for a moment more to the psychology of self-surrender. When you find a man living on the ragged edge of his consciousness, pent into his sin and want and incompleteness, and consequently inconsolable, and then simply tell him that all is well with him, that he must stop his worry, break with his discontent, and give up his anxiety, you seem to him to come with pure absurdities. The only positive consciousness he has tells him that all is not well, and the better way you offer sounds simply as if you propose to him to assert cold-blooded falsehoods. The only positive consciousness he has tells him that all is not well, and the better way you offer sounds simply as if you propose to him to assert cold-blooded falsehoods. The will to believe cannot be stretched as far as that. We can make ourselves more faithful to a belief of which we have the rudiments, but we cannot create a belief out of whole cloth when our perception actively assures us of its opposite. The better mind proposed to us comes in that case in the form of a pure negation of the only mind we have, and we cannot actively will a pure negation. There are only two ways in which it is possible to get rid of anger, worry, fear, despair, or other undesirable affections. One is that an opposite affection should overpoweringly break over us, and the other is by getting so exhausted with the struggle that we have to stop. So we drop down, give up, and don't care any longer. Our emotional brain centers strike work, and we lapse into a temporary apathy. Now there is documentary proof that this state of temporary exhaustion not infrequently forms part of the conversion process. So long as the egoistic worry of the sick soul guards the door, the expansive confidence of the soul of faith gains no presence. But let the former faint away, even but for a moment, and the latter can profit by the opportunity, and having once acquired possession, may retain it. Carlyle's Teufelsdruck passes from the everlasting no to the everlasting yes through a center of indifference. Let me give you a good illustration of this feature in the conversion process. That genuine saint, David Brainerd, describes his own crisis in the following words. One morning, while I was walking in a solitary place as usual, I at once saw that all my contrivances and projects to effect or procure deliverance and salvation for myself were utterly in vain. I was brought quite to a stand, as finding myself totally lost, I saw that it was forever impossible for me to do anything towards helping or delivering myself, that I had made all the pleas I ever could have made to all eternity, and that all my pleas were vain, for I saw that self-interest had led me to pray, and that I had never once prayed from any respect to the glory of God. I saw that there was no necessary connection between my prayers and the bestowment of divine mercy, that they laid not the least obligation upon God to bestow his grace upon me, and that there was no more virtue or goodness in them than there would be in my paddling with my hand in the water. I saw that I had been heaping up my devotions before God, fasting, praying, etc., pretending, and indeed really thinking sometimes that I was aiming at the glory of God, whereas I never once truly intended it, but only my own happiness. I saw that as I had never done anything for God, I had no claim on anything from him but perdition, on account of my hypocrisy and mockery. When I saw evidently that I had regard to nothing but self-interest, then my duties appeared a vile mockery, and a continual course of lies, for the whole was nothing but self-worship, and an horrid abuse of God. I continued, as I remember, in this state of mind from Friday morning till the Sabbath evening following, July 12th, 1739, when I was walking again in the same solitary place. Here in a mournful, melancholy state I was attempting to pray, but found no heart to engage in that or any other duty. My former concern, exercise, and religious affections were now gone. I thought that the Spirit of God had quite left me, but still was not distressed, yet disconsolate, as if there was nothing in heaven or earth could make me happy. Having been thus endeavouring to pray, though, as I thought, very stupid and senseless, for near half an hour then, as I was walking in a thick grove, unspeakable glory seemed to open to the apprehension of my soul. I do not mean any external brightness, nor any imagination of a body of light, but it was a new inward apprehension or view that I had of God, such as I never had before, nor anything which had the least resemblance to it. I had no particular apprehension of any one person in the Trinity, either the Father, the Son, or the Holy Ghost, but it appeared to be divine glory. My soul rejoiced with joy unspeakable to see such a God, such a glorious divine being, and I was inwardly pleased and satisfied that he should be God over all, forever and ever. My soul was so captivated and delighted with the excellency of God that I was even swallowed up in him, at least to that degree that I had no thought about my own salvation, and scarce reflected that there was such a creature as myself. I continued in this state of inward joy, peace, and astonishing, till near dark without any sensible abatement, and then began to think and examine what I had seen, and felt sweetly composed in my mind all the evening following. I felt myself in a new world, and everything about me appeared with a different aspect from what it was wont to do. At this time, the way of salvation opened to me with such infinite wisdom, suitableness, and excellency, that I wondered I should ever think of any other way of salvation, was amazed that I had not dropped my own contrivances, and complied with this lovely, blessed, and excellent way before. If I could have been saved by my own duties, or any other way that I had formerly contrived, my whole soul would now have refused it. I wondered that all the world did not see and comply with this way of salvation entirely by the righteousness of Christ. I have italicized the passage which records the exhaustion of the anxious emotion hitherto habitual. In a large proportion, perhaps the majority, of reports, the writers speak as if the exhaustion of the lower and the entrance of the higher emotion were simultaneous, yet often again they speak as if the higher actively drove the lower out. This is undoubtedly true in a great many instances, as we shall presently see. But often there seems little doubt that both conditions, subconscious ripening of the one affection and exhaustion of the other, must simultaneously have conspired in order to produce the result. T.W.B., a convert of Nettleton's, being brought to an acute paroxysm of conviction of sin, ate nothing all day, locked himself in his room in the evening in complete despair, crying aloud, "How long, O Lord, how long?" After repeating this and similar language, he says, "Several times I seemed to sink away into a state of insensibility. When I came to myself again, I was on my knees, praying not for myself, but for others. I felt submission to the will of God, willing that he should do with me as should seem good in his sight. My concern seemed all lost in concern for others." Our great American revivalist Finney writes, "I said to myself, what is this? I must have grieved the Holy Ghost entirely away. I have lost all my conviction. I have not a particle of concern about my soul, and it must be that the Spirit has left me. Why?" thought I never was so far from being concerned about my own salvation in my life. I tried to recall my convictions, to get back again the load of sin under which I had been laboring. I tried in vain to make myself anxious. I was so quiet and peaceful that I tried to feel concerned about that, lest it should be the result of my having grieved the Spirit away. But beyond all question, there are persons in whom, quite independently of any exhaustion in the subject's capacity for feeling, or even in the absence of any acute previous feeling, the higher condition, having reached the due degree of energy, bursts through all barriers and sweeps in like a sudden flood. These are the most striking and memorable cases, the cases of instantaneous conversion to which the conception of divine grace has been most peculiarly attached. I have given one of them at length, the case of Mr. Bradley, but I had better reserve the other cases and my comments on the rest of the subject for the following lecture. Lecture 10, Conversion Concluded. In this lecture, we have to finish the subject of conversion, considering at first those striking instantaneous instances of which St. Paul's is the most eminent, and in which, often amid tremendous emotional excitement or perturbation of the senses, a complete division is established in the twinkling of an eye between the old life and the new. Conversion of this type is an important phase of religious experience, owing to the part which it has played in Protestant theology, and it behooves us to study it conscientiously on that account. I think I had better cite 2 or 3 of these cases before proceeding to a more generalized account. One must know concrete instances first, for, as Professor Agassiz used to say, one can see no farther into a generalization than just so far as one's previous acquaintance with particulars enables one to take it in. I will go back then to the case of our friend Henry Alleyn and quote his report of the 26th of February, 1775, on which his poor, divided mind became unified for good. As I was about sunset wandering in the fields, lamenting my miserable, lost, and undone condition, and almost ready to sink under my burden, I thought I was in such a miserable case as never any man was before. I returned to the house, and when I got to the door, just as I was stepping off the threshold, the following impressions came into my mind, like a powerful but small, still voice. You have been seeking, praying, reforming, laboring, reading, hearing, and meditating, and what have you done by it towards your salvation? Are you any nearer to conversion now than when you first began? Are you any more prepared for heaven, or fitter to appear before the impartial bar of God than when you first began to seek? It brought such conviction on me that I was obliged to say that I did not think I was one step nearer than at first, but as much condemned, as much exposed, and as miserable as before. I cried out within myself, O Lord God, I am lost, and if thou, O Lord, dost not find out some new way I know nothing of, I shall never be saved, for the ways and methods I have prescribed to myself have all failed me. and I am willing they should fail. O Lord, have mercy. O Lord, have mercy. These discoveries continued until I went into the house and sat down. After I sat down, being all in confusion like a drowning man that was just giving up to sink, and almost in an agony, I turned very suddenly round in my chair, and seeing part of an old Bible lying in one of the chairs, I caught hold of it in great haste, and opening it without any premeditation, cast my eyes on the 38th Psalm, which was the first time I ever saw the Word of God. It took hold of me with such power that it seemed to go through my whole soul, so that it seemed as if God was praying in with and for me. About this time my father called the family to attend prayers. I attended, but paid no regard to what he said in his prayer, but continued praying in those words of the psalm. "O help me," cried I, "thou Redeemer of souls, and save me, or I am gone forever. Thou canst this night, if thou pleasest, with one drop of thy blood, atone for my sins, and appease the wrath of an angry God." At that instant of time, when I gave all up to him to do with me as he pleased, and was willing that God should rule over me at his pleasure, redeeming love broke into my soul with repeated scriptures, with such power that my whole soul seemed to be melted down with love. The burden of guilt and condemnation was gone. Darkness was expelled. My heart humbled and filled with gratitude, and my whole soul, that was a few minutes ago groaning under mountains of death and crying to an unknown God for help, was now filled with immortal love, soaring on the wings of faith, freed from the chains of death and darkness, and crying out, "My Lord and my God, thou art my rock and my fortress, my shield and my higher tower, my life, my joy, my present and my everlasting portion." And looking up, I thought I saw that same light he had on more than one previous occasion seen subjectively, a bright blaze of light, though it appeared different, and as soon as I saw it, the design was opened to me according to his promise, and I was obliged to cry out, "Enough, enough, O blessed God!" The work of conversion, the change, and the manifestations of it are no more disputable than that light which I see, or anything that I ever saw. In the midst of all my joys, in less than half an hour after my soul was set at liberty, the Lord discovered to me my labor in the ministry and call to preach the gospel. I cried out, "Amen, Lord, I'll go. Send me, send me." I spent the greatest part of the night in ecstasies of joy, praising and adoring the Ancient of Days for his free and unbounded grace. After I had been so long in this transport and heavenly frame that my nature seemed to require sleep, I thought to close my eyes for a few minutes. Then the devil stepped in and told me that if I went to sleep, I should lose it all, and when I should awake in the morning, I would find it to be nothing but a fancy and delusion. I immediately cried out, "O Lord God, if I am deceived, undeceive me." I then closed my eyes for a few minutes and seemed to be refreshed with sleep. And when I awoke, the first inquiry was, "Where is my God?" And in an instant of time, my soul seemed awake in and with God, and surrounded by the arms of everlasting love. About sunrise I arose with joy to relate to my parents what God has done for my soul, and declared to them the miracle of God's unbounded grace. I took a Bible to show them the words that were impressed by God on my soul the evening before, but when I came to open the Bible, it appeared all new to me. I so longed to be useful in the cause of Christ, in preaching the gospel, that it seemed as if I could not rest any longer, but go I must and tell the wonders of redeeming love. I lost all taste for carnal pleasures and carnal company, and was enabled to forsake them. Young Mr. Alleyn after the briefest of delays, and with no book learning but his Bible, and no teaching, save that of his own experience, became a Christian minister, and thenceforward his life was fit to rank, for its austerity and single-mindedness, with that of the most devoted saints. But happy as he became in his strenuous way, he never got his taste for even the most innocent carnal pleasures back. We must class him, like Bunyan and Tolstoy, amongst those upon whose soul the iron of melancholy left a permanent imprint. His redemption was into another universe than this mere natural world, and life remained for him a sad and patient trial. Years later we can find him making such an entry as this in his diary: "On Wednesday the 12th, I preached at a wedding and had the happiness thereby to be the means of excluding carnal mirth." The next case I will give is that of a correspondent of Professor Loiba, printed in the latter's article, already cited in Volume 6 of the American Journal of Psychology. This subject was an Oxford graduate, the son of a clergyman, and the story resembles in many points the classic case of Colonel Gardiner, which everybody may be supposed to know. Here it is, somewhat abridged. Between the period of leaving Oxford and my conversion, I never darkened the door of my father's church, although I lived with him for 8 years, making what money I wanted by journalism, and spending it in high carousal with any one who would sit with me and drink it away. So I lived, sometimes drunk for a week together, and then a terrible repentance, and would not touch a drop for a whole month. In all this period, that is, up to 33 years of age, I never had a desire to reform on religious grounds, but all my pangs were due to some terrible remorse I used to feel after a heavy carousal, the remorse taking the shape of regret after my folly in wasting my life in such a way. A man of superior talents and education, this terrible remorse turned me grey in one night, and whenever it came upon me, I was perceptibly greyer the next morning. What I suffered in this way is beyond the expression of words. It was hell-fire in all its most dreadful tortures. Often did I vow that if I got over this time, I would reform. Alas, in about 3 days, I fully recovered, and was as happy as ever. So it went on for years, but with a physique like a rhinoceros, I always recovered, and as long as I let drink alone, no man was as capable of enjoying life as I was. I was converted in my own bedroom, in my father's rectory house at precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon of a hot July day, July 13th, 1886. I was in perfect health, having been off from the drink for nearly a month. I was in no way troubled about my soul. In fact, God was not in my thoughts that day. A young lady friend sent me a copy of Professor Drummond's Natural Law in the Spiritual World, asking me my opinion of it as a literary work only. But being proud of my critical talents, and wishing to enhance myself in my new friend's esteem, I took the book to my bedroom for quiet, intending to give it a thorough study, and then write her what I thought of it. It was here that God met me, face to face, and I shall never forget the meeting. He that hath the Son hath life eternal. He that hath not the Son hath not life. I had read this scores of times before, but this made all the difference. I was now in God's presence, and my attention was absolutely soldiered on to this verse, and I was not allowed to proceed with the book till I had fairly considered what these words really involved. Only then was I allowed to proceed, feeling all the while that there was another being in my bedroom, though not seen by me. The stillness was very marvelous, and I felt supremely happy. It was most unquestionably shown me, in 1 second of time, that I had never touched the eternal, and that if I died then, I must inevitably be lost. I was undone. I knew it as well as I now know I am saved. The Spirit of God showed it me in ineffable love. There was no terror in it. I felt God's love so powerfully upon me that only a mighty sorrow crept over me that I had lost all through my own folly. And what was I to do? What could I do? I did not repent even. God never asked me to repent. All I felt was, I am undone, and God cannot help it, although he loves me. No fault on the part of the Almighty. All the time I was supremely happy. I felt like a little child before his father. I had done wrong, but my father did not scold me, but loved me most wondrously. And still my doom was sealed. I was lost to a certainty, and being naturally of a brave disposition, I did not quail under it, but deep sorrow for the past, mixed with regret for what I had lost, took hold upon me, and my soul thrilled within me to think it was all over. Then there crept in upon me so gently, so lovingly, so unmistakably a way of escape. And what was it after all? The old story over again, told in the simplest way. There is no name under heaven whereby ye can be saved, except that of the Lord Jesus Christ. No words were spoken to me. My soul seemed to see my Saviour in the Spirit. And from that hour to this, nearly 9 years now, there has never been in my life one doubt that the Lord Jesus Christ and God the Father both worked upon me that afternoon in July, both differently and both in the most perfect love conceivable, and I rejoiced there and then in a conversion so astounding that the whole village heard of it in less than 24 hours. But a time of trouble was yet to come. The day after my conversion, I went into the hayfield to lend a hand with the harvest, and not having made any promise to God to abstain or drink in moderation only, I took too much and came home drunk. My poor sister was heartbroken, and I felt ashamed of myself and got to my bedroom at once, where she followed me, weeping copiously. She said I had been converted and fallen away instantly, but although I was quite full of drink, not muddled, however, I knew that God's work begun in me was not going to be wasted. About midday, I made on my knees the first prayer before God for 20 years. I did not ask to be forgiven. I felt that was no good, for I would be sure to fall again. Well, what did I do? I committed myself to him in the profoundest belief that my individuality was going to be destroyed, that he would take all from me, and I was willing. In such a surrender lies the secret of a holy life. From that hour, drink has had no terrors for me. I never touch it, never want it. The same thing occurred with my pipe. After being a regular smoker from my 12th year, the desire for it went at once. It has never returned. So with every known sin, the deliverance in each case being permanent and complete. I have had no temptation since conversion, God seemingly having shut out Satan from that course with me. He gets a free hand in other ways, but never on sins of the flesh. Since I gave up to God all ownership in my own life, he has guided me in 1,000 ways, and has opened my path in a way almost incredible to those who do not enjoy the blessing of a truly surrendered life. So much for our graduate of Oxford, in whom you notice the complete abolition of an ancient appetite as one of the conversion's fruits. The most curious record of sudden conversion with which I am acquainted is that of M. Alphonse Ratisbonne, a free-thinking French Jew, to Catholicism at Rome in 1842. In a letter to a clerical friend, written a few months later, the convert gives us a palpitating account of the circumstances. The predisposing conditions appear to have been slight. He had an elder brother who had been converted and was a Catholic priest. He was himself irreligious and nourished an antipathy to the apostate brother and generally to his cloth. Finding himself at Rome in his 29th year, he fell in with a French gentleman who tried to make a proselyte of him. but who succeeded no farther after 2 or 3 conversations than to get him to hang, half jocosely, a religious medal round his neck, and to accept and read a copy of a short prayer to the Virgin. M. Ratisbonne represents his own part in the conversations as having been of a light and chaffing order, but he notes the fact that for some days he was unable to banish the words of the prayer from his mind, and that the night before the crisis he had a sort of nightmare, in the imagery of which a black cross with no Christ upon it figured. Nevertheless, until noon of the next day, he was free in mind and spent the time in trivial conversations. I now give his own words. If at this time any one had accosted me, saying, "Alphonse, in a quarter of an hour you shall be adoring Jesus Christ as your God and Saviour. You shall lie prostrate with your face upon the ground in a humble church. You shall be smiting your breast at the foot of a priest. You shall pass the carnival in a college of Jesuits to prepare yourself to receive baptism, ready to give your life for the Catholic faith. You shall renounce the world and its pomps and pleasures, renounce your fortune, your hopes, and if need be, your betrothed, the affections of your family, the esteem of your friends, and your attachment to the Jewish people. You shall have no other aspiration than to follow Christ and bear his cross till death. If, I say, a prophet had come to me with such a prediction, I should have judged that only one person could be more mad than he. Whosoever, namely, might believe in the possibility of such senseless folly becoming true. And yet that folly is at present my only wisdom, my sole happiness. Coming out of the café, I met the carriage of Monsieur B., the proselyting friend. He stopped and invited me in for a drive, but first asked me to wait for a few minutes while he attended to some duty at the church of San Andrea delle Frotte. Instead of waiting in the carriage, I entered the church myself to look at it. The church of San Andrea was poor, small, and empty. I believe that I found myself there almost alone. No work of art attracted my attention, and I passed my eyes mechanically over its interior without being arrested by any particular thought. I can only remember an entirely black dog, which went trotting and turning before me as I mused. In an instant the dog had disappeared. The whole church had vanished. I no longer saw anything, or more truly I saw, oh my God, one thing alone. Heavens, how can I speak of it? Oh no, human words cannot attain to expressing the inexpressible. Any description, however sublime it might be, could be but a profanation of the unspeakable truth. I was there prostrate on the ground, bathed in my tears, with my heart beside myself, when M.B. called me back to life. I could not reply to the questions which followed from him, one upon the other. But finally I took the medal which I had on my breast, and with all the effusion of my soul I kissed the image of the Virgin, radiant with grace, which it bore. Oh, indeed it was she. It was indeed she. What he had seen had been a vision of the Virgin. I did not know where I was. I did not know whether I was Alphonse or another. I only felt myself changed and believed myself another me. I looked for myself in myself and did not find myself. In the bottom of my soul I felt an explosion of the most ardent joy. I could not speak. I had no wish to reveal what had happened. But I felt something solemn and sacred within me, which made me ask for a priest. I was led to one, and there alone, after he had given me the positive order, I spoke as best I could, kneeling and with my heart still trembling. I could give no account to myself of the truth of which I had acquired a knowledge and a faith. All that I can say is that in an instant the bandage had fallen from my eyes, and not one bandage only, but the whole manifold of bandages in which I had been brought up. One after another they rapidly disappeared, even as the mud and ice disappear under the rays of the burning sun. I came out as from a sepulchre, from an abyss of darkness, and I was perfectly living, but I wept, for at the bottom of that gulf I saw the extreme of misery from which I had been saved by an infinite mercy, and I shuddered at the sight of my iniquities, stupefied, melted, overwhelmed with wonder and with gratitude. You may ask me how I came to this new insight, for truly I had never opened a book of religion, nor even read a single page of the Bible. And the dogma of original sin is either entirely denied or forgotten by the Hebrews of today, so that I had thought so little about it that I doubt whether I ever knew its name. But how came I then to this perception of it? I can answer nothing save this, that on entering that church I was in darkness altogether, and on coming out of it I saw the fullness of the light. I can explain the change no better than by the simile of a profound sleep, or the analogy of one born blind, who should suddenly open his eyes to the day. He sees, but cannot define the light which bathes him, and by means of which he sees the objects which excite his wonder. If we cannot explain physical light, how can we explain the light which is the truth itself? And I think I remain within the limits of veracity when I say that without having any knowledge of the letter of religious doctrine, I now intuitively perceived its sense and spirit. Better than if I saw them, I felt those hidden things. I felt them by the inexplicable effects they produced in me. It all happened in my interior mind, and those impressions, more rapid than thought, shook my soul, revolved and turned it, as it were, in another direction, towards other aims, by other paths. I express myself badly, but do you wish, Lord, that I should enclose in poor and barren words sentiments which the heart alone can understand? I might multiply cases almost indefinitely, but these will suffice to show you how real, definite, and memorable an event a sudden conversion may be to him who has the experience. Throughout the height of it, he undoubtedly seems to himself a passive spectator or undergoer of an astounding process performed upon him from above. There is too much evidence of this for any doubt of it to be possible. Theology, combining this fact with the doctrines of election and grace, has concluded that the Spirit of God is with us at these dramatic moments in a peculiarly miraculous way, unlike what happens at any other junction of our lives. At that moment, it believes, an absolutely new nature is breathed into us, and we become partakers of the very substance of the deity. That the conversion should be instantaneous seems called for on this view, and the Moravian Protestants appear to have been the first to see this logical consequence. The Methodists soon followed suit, practically, if not dogmatically, and a short time ere his death, John Wesley wrote, "In London alone I found 652 members of our society who were exceeding clear in their experience, and whose testimony I could see no reason to doubt, and every one of these, without a single exception, has declared that his deliverance from sin was instantaneous, that the change was wrought in a moment. Had half of these, or 1/3, or 1 in 20, declared it was gradually wrought in them, I should have believed this with regard to them, and thought that some were gradually sanctified, and some instantaneously. But as I have not found, in so long a space of time, a single person speaking thus, I cannot believe that sanctification is commonly, if not always, an instantaneous work. Tyreman's Life of Wesley, I. 463. All this while the more usual sects of Protestantism have set no such store by instantaneous conversion. For them, as for the Catholic Church, Christ's blood, the sacraments, and the individual's ordinary religious duties are practically supposed to suffice to his salvation, even though no acute crisis of self-despair and surrender, followed by relief, should be experienced. For Methodism, on the contrary, unless there have been a crisis of this sort, salvation is only offered, not effectively received, and Christ's sacrifice in so far forth is incomplete. Methodism surely here follows, if not the healthier-minded, yet on the whole the profounder spiritual instinct. The individual models which it has set up as typical and worthy of imitation are not only the more interesting dramatically, but psychologically they have been the more complete. In the fully evolved revivalism of Great Britain and America, we have, so to speak, the codified and stereotyped procedure to which this way of thinking has led. In spite of the unquestionable fact that saints of the once-born type exist, that there may be a gradual growth in holiness without a cataclysm, in spite of the obvious leakage, as one may say, of much mere natural goodness into the scheme of salvation, revivalism has always assumed that only its own type of religious experience can be perfect. You must first be nailed on the cross of natural despair and agony, and then, in the twinkling of an eye, be miraculously released. It is natural that those who personally have traversed such an experience should carry away a feeling of its being a miracle rather than a natural process. Voices are often heard, lights seen, or visions witnessed, automatic motor phenomena occur, and it always seems, after the surrender of the personal will, as if an extraneous higher power had flooded in and taken possession. Moreover, the sense of renovation, safety, cleanness, rightness can be so marvelous and jubilant, as well as to warrant one's belief in a radically new substantial nature. Conversion, writes the New England Puritan Joseph Alleine, is not the putting in a patch of holiness, but with the true convert, holiness is woven into all his powers, principles, and practice. The sincere Christian is quite a new fabric, from the foundation to the top stone. He is a new man, a new creature. And Jonathan Edwards says in the same strain, "Those gracious influences which are the effects of the Spirit of God are altogether supernatural, are quite different from anything that unregenerate men experience. They are what no improvement or composition of natural qualifications or principles will ever produce, because they not only differ from what is natural, and from everything that natural men experience in degree and circumstances, but also in kind, and are of a nature far more excellent. From hence it follows that in gracious affections there are also new perceptions and sensations entirely different in their nature and kind from anything experienced by the same saints before they were sanctified. The conceptions which the saints have of the loveliness of God, and that kind of delight which they experience in it, are quite peculiar and entirely different from anything which a natural man can possess, or of which he can form any proper notion. And that such a glorious transformation as this ought of necessity to be preceded by despair is shown by Edwards in another passage. Surely it cannot be unreasonable, he says, that before God delivers us from a state of sin and liability to everlasting woe, he should give us some considerable sense of the evil from which he delivers us, in order that we may know and feel the importance of salvation, and be enabled to appreciate the value of what God is pleased to do for us. As those who are saved are successfully and in two extremely different states, first in a state of condemnation, and then in a state of justification and blessedness, and as God in the salvation of men deals with them as rational and intelligent creatures, it appears agreeable to this wisdom that those who are saved should be made sensible of their being, and in those two different states. In the first place, that they should be made sensible of their state of condemnation, and afterwards of their state of deliverance and happiness. Such quotations express sufficiently well for our purpose the doctrinal interpretation of these changes. Whatever part suggestion and imitation may have played in producing them in men and women in excited assemblies, they have at any rate been in countless individual instances an original and unborrowed experience. Were we writing the story of the mind from the purely natural history point of view, with no religious interest whatever, we should still have to write down man's liability to sudden and complete conversion as one of his most curious peculiarities. What now must we ourselves think of this question? Is an instantaneous conversion a miracle in which God is present as he is present in no change of heart less strikingly abrupt? Are there two classes of human beings, even among the apparently regenerate, of which the one class really partakes of Christ's nature, while the other merely seems to do so? Or, on the contrary, may the whole phenomenon of regeneration, even in these startling instantaneous examples, possibly be a strictly natural process, divine in its fruits, of course, but in one case more, and in another case less so, and neither more nor less divine in its mere causation and mechanism than any other process, high or low, of man's interior life. Before proceeding to answer this question, I must ask you to listen to some more psychological remarks. At our last lecture, I explained the shifting of men's centers of personal energy within them and the lighting up of new crises of emotion. I explained the phenomena as partly due to explicitly conscious processes of thought and will, but as due largely also to the subconscious incubation and maturing of motives deposited by the experiences of life. When ripe, the results hatch out or burst into flower. I have now to speak of the subconscious region in which such processes of flowering may occur in a somewhat less vague way. I only regret that my limits of time here force me to be so short. The expression field of consciousness has but recently come into vogue in the psychology books. Until quite lately, the unit of mental life which figured most was this single idea, supposed to be a definitely outlined thing. But at present, psychologists are tending first to admit that the actual unit is more probably the total mental state, the entire wave of consciousness or field of objects present to the thought at any time, and second, to see that it is impossible to outline this wave, this field, with any definiteness. As our mental fields succeed one another, each has its center of interest, around which the objects of which we are less and less attentively conscious fade to a margin so faint that its limits are unassignable. Some fields are narrow fields and some are wide fields. Usually, when we have a wide field, we rejoice, for we then see masses of truth together and often get glimpses of relations which we divine rather than see, for they shoot beyond the field into still remoter regions of objectivity, regions which we seem rather to be about to perceive than to perceive actually. At other times of drowsiness, illness, or fatigue, our fields may narrow almost to a point, and we find ourselves correspondingly oppressed and contracted. Different individuals present constitutional differences in this matter of width of field. Your great organizing geniuses are men with habitually vast fields of mental vision, in which a whole program of future operations will appear dotted out at once, the rays shooting far ahead into definite directions of advance. In common people, there is never this magnificent inclusive view of a topic. They stumble along, feeling their way, as it were, from point to point, and often stop entirely. In certain diseased conditions, consciousness is a mere spark, without memory of the past or thought of the future, and with the present narrowed down to some one simple emotion or sensation of the body. The important fact which this field formula commemorates is the indetermination of the margin. Inattentively realized, as is the matter which the margin contains, it is nevertheless there, and helps both to guide our behavior and to determine the next movement of our attention. It lies around us like a magnetic field, inside of which our center of energy turns like a compass needle as the present phase of consciousness alters into its successor. Our whole past store of memories floats beyond this margin, ready at a touch to come in, and the entire mass of residual powers, impulses, and knowledges that constitute our empirical self stretches continuously beyond it. So vaguely drawn are the outlines between what is actual and what is only potential at any moment of our conscious life, that it is always hard to say of certain mental elements whether we are conscious of them or not. The ordinary psychology, admitting fully the difficulty of tracing the marginal outline, has nevertheless taken for granted, first, that all the consciousness the person now has, be the same focal or marginal, inattentive or attentive, is there in the field of the moment, all dim and impossible to assign as the latter's outline may be, and second, that what is absolutely extra-marginal is absolutely non-existent and cannot be a fact of consciousness at all. And having reached this point, I must now ask you to recall what I said in my last lecture about the subconscious life. I said, as you may recollect, that those who first laid stress upon these phenomena could not know the facts as we now know them. My first duty now is to tell you what I meant by such a statement. I cannot but think that the most important step forward that has occurred in psychology since I have been a student of that science is the discovery, first made in 1886, that in certain subjects at least, there is not only the consciousness of the ordinary field, with its usual center and margin, but in addition thereto, in the shape of a set of memories, thoughts, and feelings, which are extra-marginal and outside of the primary consciousness altogether, but yet must be classed as conscious facts of some sort, able to reveal their presence by unmistakable signs. I call this the most important step forward because, unlike the other advances which psychology has made, this discovery has revealed to us an entirely unsuspected peculiarity in the constitution of human nature. No other step forward which psychology has made can proffer any such claim as this. In particular, this discovery of a consciousness existing beyond the field, or subliminally, as Mr. Myers terms it, casts light on many phenomena of religious biography. That is why I have to advert to it now, although it is naturally impossible for me in this place to give you any account of the evidence on which the admission of such a consciousness is based. You will find it set forth in many recent books, Binet's Alteration of Personality being perhaps as good a one as any to recommend. The human material on which the demonstration has been made has so far been rather limited, and in part at least eccentric, consisting of unusually suggestible hypnotic subjects and of hysteric patients. Yet the elementary mechanisms of our life are presumably so uniform that what is shown to be true in a marked degree of some persons is probably true in some degree of all, and may in a few be true in an extraordinary high degree. The most important consequence of having a strongly developed ultra-marginal life of this sort is that one's ordinary fields of consciousness are liable to incursions from it of which the subject does not guess the source, and which therefore take for him the form of unaccountable impulses to act, or inhibitions of action, of obsessive ideas, or even of hallucinations of sight or hearing. The impulses may take the direction of automatic speech or writing, the meaning of which the subject himself may not understand even while he utters it. And generalizing this phenomenon, Mr. Myers has given the name of automatism, sensory or motor, emotional or intellectual, to this whole sphere of effects due to uprushes into the ordinary consciousness of energies originating in the subliminal parts of the mind. The simplest instant of an automatism is the phenomenon of post-hypnotic suggestion, so-called. You give to a hypnotized subject, adequately susceptible, an order to perform some designated act, usual or eccentric, it makes no difference, after he wakes from his hypnotic sleep. Punctually, when the signal comes or the time elapses upon which you have told him that the act must ensue, he performs it. But in so doing, he has no recollection of your suggestion, and he always trumps up an improvised pretext for his behavior if the act be of an eccentric kind. It may even be suggested to a subject to have a vision or to hear a voice at a certain interval after waking, and when the time comes, the vision is seen or the voice heard, with no inkling on the subject's part of its source. In the wonderful explorations by Binet, Janet, Breuer, Freud, Masson, Prince, and others of the subliminal consciousness of patients with hysteria, we have revealed to us whole systems of underground life in the shape of memories of a painful sort, which lead a parasitic existence buried outside of the primary fields of consciousness, and making eruptions thereinto with hallucinations, pains, convulsions, paralysis of feeling and of motion, and the whole procession of symptoms of hysteric disease of body and of mind. Alter or abolish by suggestion these subconscious memories, and the patient immediately gets well. His symptoms were automatisms, in Mr. Myers' sense of the word. These clinical records sound like fairy tales when one first reads them, yet it is impossible to doubt their accuracy, and the path having been once opened by these first observers, similar observations have been made elsewhere. They throw, as I said, a wholly new light upon our natural constitution, and it seems to me that they make a farther step inevitable, interpreting the unknown after the analogy of the known. It seems to me that hereafter, wherever we meet with a phenomenon of automatism, be it motor impulses or obsessive idea or unaccountable caprice or delusion or hallucination, we are bound first of all to make search whether it be not an explosion into the fields of ordinary consciousness, of ideas elaborated outside of those fields in subliminal regions of the mind. We should look, therefore, for its source in the subject's subconscious life. In the hypnotic cases, we ourselves create the source by our suggestion, so we know it directly. In the hysteric cases, the lost memories which are the source have to be extracted from the patient's subliminal by a number of ingenious methods, for an account of which you must consult the books. In other pathological cases, insane delusions, for example, or psychopathic obsessions, the source is yet to seek, but by analogy, it also should be in subliminal regions which improvements in our methods may yet conceivably put on tap. There lies the mechanism logically to be assumed, but the assumption involves a vast program of work to be done in the way of verification, in which the religious experiences of man must play their part. And thus I return to our own specific subject of instantaneous conversions. You remember the cases of Aline, Bradley, Brainerd, and the graduate of Oxford, converted at 3 p.m. Similar occurrences abound, some with and some without luminous visions, all with a sense of astonished happiness and of being wrought on by a higher control, if abstracting altogether from the question of their value for the future spiritual life of the individual, we take them on their psychological side exclusively. So many peculiarities in them remind us of what we find outside of conversion that we are tempted to class them along with other automatisms, and to suspect that what makes the difference between a sudden and a gradual convert is not necessarily the presence of divine miracle in the case of one and of something less divine in that of the other, but rather a simple psychological peculiarity, the fact, namely, that in the recipient of the more instantaneous grace, we have one of those subjects who are in possession of a large region in which mental work can go on subliminally, and from which invasive experiences, abruptly upsetting the equilibrium of the primary consciousness, may come. I do not see why Methodists need object to such a view. Pray go back and recollect one of the conclusions to which I sought to lead you in my very first lecture. You may remember how I there argued against the notion that the worth of a thing can be decided by its origin. Our spiritual judgment, I said, our opinion of the significance and value of a human event or condition must be decided on empirical grounds exclusively. If the fruits for life of the state of conversion are good, we ought to idealize and venerate it, even though it be a piece of natural psychology. If not, we ought to make short work with it, no matter what supernatural being may have infused it. Well, how is it with these fruits? If we accept the class of preeminent saints, of whom the names illumine history, and consider only the usual run of saints, the shopkeeping church members and ordinary youthful or middle-aged recipients of instantaneous conversion, whether at revivals or in the spontaneous course of Methodistic growth, you will probably agree that no splendor worthy of a wholly supernatural creature fulgurates from them or sets them apart from the mortals who have never experienced that favor. Were it true that a suddenly converted man as such is, as Edwards says, of an entirely different kind from a natural man, partaking as he does directly of Christ's substance, there surely ought to be some exquisite class mark, some distinctive radiance attaching even to the lowliest specimen of this genius, to which no one of us could remain insensible, and which, so far as it went, would prove him more excellent than ever the most highly gifted among mere natural men. But notoriously there is no such radiance. Converted men, as a class, are indistinguishable from natural men. Some natural men even excel some converted men in their fruits, and no one ignorant of doctrinal theology could guess by mere everyday inspection of the accidents of the two groups of persons before him that their substance differed as much as divine differs from human substance. The believers in the non-natural character of sudden conversion have had practically to admit that there is no unmistakable class mark distinctive of all true converts. The supernormal incidents, such as voices and visions and overpowering impressions of the meaning of suddenly presented scripture texts, the melting emotions and tumultuous affections connected with the crisis of change, may all come by way of nature, or worse still, be counterfeited by Satan. The real witness of the Spirit to the second birth is to be found only in the disposition of the genuine child of God, the permanently patient heart, the love of self eradicated. And this, it has to be admitted, is also found in those who pass no crisis, and may even be found outside of Christianity altogether. Throughout Jonathan Edwards' admirably rich and delicate description of the supernaturally infused condition, in his treatise on religious affections, there is not one decisive trait, not one mark, that unmistakably parts it off from what may possibly be only an exceptionally high degree of natural goodness. In fact, one could hardly read a clearer argument than this book unwittingly offers in favor of the thesis that no chasm exists between the orders of human excellence, but that here, as elsewhere, nature shows continuous differences, and generation and regeneration are matters of degree, all which denial of two objective classes of human beings, separated by a chasm, must not leave us blind to the extraordinary momentousness of the fact of his conversion to the individual himself who gets converted. There are higher and lower limits of possibility set to each personal life. If a flood but goes above one's head, its absolute elevation becomes a matter of small importance, and when we touch our own upper limit and live in our own highest center of energy, we may call ourselves saved, no matter how much higher someone else's center may be. A small man's salvation will always be a great salvation, and the greatest of all facts for him. And we should remember this when the fruits of our ordinary evangelicism look discouraging. Who knows how much less ideal still the lives of these spiritual grubs and earthworms, these Crumps and Stigginses, might have been if such poor grace as they have received had never touched them at all? If we roughly arrange human beings in classes, each class standing for a grade of spiritual excellence, I believe we shall find natural men and converts, both sudden and gradual, in all the classes. The forms which regenerative change effects have, then no general spiritual significance, but only a psychological significance. We have seen how Starbuck's laborious statistical studies tend to assimilate conversion to ordinary spiritual growth. Another American psychologist, Professor George A. Coe, has analyzed the cases of 27 converts or ex-candidates for conversion known to him, and the results strikingly confirm the view that sudden conversion is connected with the possession of an active subliminal self. Examining his objects with reference to their hypnotic sensibility and to such automatisms, hypnagogic hallucinations, odd impulses, religious dreams about the time of their conversion, etc., he found these relatively much more frequent in the group of converts whose transformation had been striking. Striking transformation being defined as a change, which, though not necessarily instantaneous, seems to the subject of it to be distinctly different from a process of growth, however rapid. Candidates for conversion at revivals are, as you know, often disappointed. They experience nothing striking. Professor Coe had a number of persons of this class among his 27 subjects, and they almost all, when tested by hypnotism, proved to belong to a subclass, which he calls spontaneous, that is, fertile in self-suggestions, as distinguished from a passive subclass, to which most of the subjects of striking transformation belonged. His inference is that self-suggestion of impossibility had prevented the influence upon these persons of an environment which, on the more passive subjects, had easily brought forth the effects they looked for. Sharp distinctions are difficult in these regions, and Professor Coe's numbers are small, but his methods were careful, and the results tally with what one might expect, and they seem, on the whole, to justify his practical conclusion, which is that if you should expose to a converting influence a subject in whom three factors unite: first, pronounced emotional sensibility; second, automatisms; and third, suggestibility of the passive type, you might then safely predict the result. There would be a sudden conversion, a transformation of the striking kind. Does this temperamental origin diminish the significance of the sudden conversion when it has occurred? Not in the least. As Professor Cowell says, for the ultimate test of religious values is nothing psychological, nothing definable in terms of how it happens, but something ethical, definable only in terms of what is attained. As we proceed farther in our inquiry, we shall see that what is attained is often an altogether new level of spiritual vitality, a relatively heroic level in which impossible things have become possible, and new energies and endurances are shown. The personality is changed. The man is born anew, whether or not his psychological idiosyncrasies are what give the particular shape to his metamorphosis. Sanctification is the technical name of this result, and ere long examples of it shall be brought before you. In this lecture, I have still only to add a few remarks on the assurance and peace which fill the hour of change itself. One word more, though, before proceeding to that point, lest the final purpose of my explanation of suddenness by subliminal activity be misunderstood. I do indeed believe that if the subject have no liability to such subconscious activity, or if his conscious fields have a hard rind of a margin that resists incursions from beyond it, his conversion must be gradual, if it occur, and must resemble any simple growth into new habits. His possession of a developed subliminal self and of a leaky or previous margin is thus a conditio sine qua non of the subject's becoming converted in the instantaneous way. But if you, being Orthodox Christians, ask me, as a psychologist, whether the reference of a phenomenon to a subliminal self does not exclude the notion of the direct presence of the deity altogether, I have to say frankly that as a psychologist, I do not see why it necessarily should. The lower manifestations of the subliminal, indeed, fall within the resources of the personal subject. His ordinary sense material, inattentively taken in and subconsciously remembered, and combined, will account for all his usual automatisms. But just as our primary wide-awake consciousness throws open our senses to the touch of things material, so it is logically conceivable that if there be higher spiritual agencies that can directly touch us, the psychological condition of their doing so might be our possession of a subconscious region which alone should yield access to them. The hubbub of the waking life might close a door which in the dreamy subliminal might remain ajar or open. Thus that perception of external control, which is so essential a feature in conversion, might, in some cases at any rate, be interpreted as the Orthodox interpret it. Forces transcending the finite individual might impress him, on condition of his being what we may call a subliminal human specimen. But in any case, the value of these forces would have to be determined by their effects, and the mere fact of their transcendency would of itself establish no presumption that they were more divine than diabolical. I confess that this is the way in which I should rather see the topic left lying in your minds until I come to a much later lecture, when I hope once more to gather these dropped threads together into more definitive conclusions. The notion of a subconscious self, certainly ought not at this point of our inquiry to be held to exclude all notion of a higher penetration. If there be higher powers able to impress us, they may get access to us only through the subliminal door. Let us turn now to the feelings which immediately fill the hour of the conversion experience. The first one to be noted is just this sense of higher control. It is not always, but it is very often present. We saw examples of it in Aline, Bradley, Brainerd, and elsewhere. The need of such a higher controlling agency is well expressed in the short reference which the eminent French Protestant Adolphe Monod makes to the crisis of his own conversion. It was at Naples, in his early manhood, in the summer of 1827. My sadness, he says, was without limit, and having got entire possession of me, it filled my life from the most indifferent external acts to the most secret thoughts, and corrupted at their source my feelings, my judgment, and my happiness. It was then that I saw that to expect to put a stop to this disorder by my reason and my will, which were themselves diseased, would be to act like a blind man who should pretend to correct one of his eyes by the aid of the other equally blind one. I had then no resource, save in some influence from without. I remembered the promise of the Holy Ghost, and what the positive declarations of the gospel had never succeeded in bringing home to me. I learned at last from necessity and believed for the first time in my life in this promise, in the only sense in which it answered the needs of my soul, in that namely of a real external supernatural action, capable of giving me thoughts and taking them away from me, and exerted on me by a God as truly master of my heart as he is of the rest of nature, renouncing then all merit, all strength, abandoning all my personal resources, and acknowledging no other title to his mercy than my own utter misery. I went home and threw myself on my knees and prayed as I never yet prayed in my life. From this day onwards a new interior life began for me. Not that my melancholy had disappeared, but it had lost its sting. Hope had entered into my heart, and once entered on the path, the God of Jesus Christ, to whom I then had learned to give myself up, little by little, did the rest. It is needless to remind you once more of the admirable congruity of Protestant theology with the structure of the mind, as shown in such experiences. In the extreme of melancholy, the self that consciously is can do absolutely nothing. It is completely bankrupt and without resource, and no works it can accomplish will avail. Redemption from such subjective conditions must be a free gift or nothing, and grace through Christ's accomplished sacrifice is such a gift. God, says Luther, is the God of the humble, the miserable, the oppressed, and the desperate, and of those that are brought even to nothing, and his nature is to give sight to the blind, to comfort the broken-hearted, to justify sinners, to save the very desperate and damned. Now that pernicious and pestilent opinion of man's own righteousness, which will not be a sinner, unclean, miserable, and damnable, but righteous and holy, suffereth not God to come to his own natural and proper work. Therefore God must take this maul in hand, the law I mean, to beat in pieces and bring to nothing this beast with her vain confidence, that she may so learn at length by her own misery that she is utterly forlorn and damned. But here lieth the difficulty, that when a man is terrified and cast down, he is so little able to raise himself up again and say, Now I am bruised and afflicted enough. Now is the time of grace. Now is the time to hear Christ. The foolishness of man's heart is so great that then he rather seeketh to himself more laws to satisfy his conscience. If I live, saith he, I will amend my life, I will do this, I will do that. But here, except thou do the quite contrary, except thou send Moses away with his law, and in these terrors and this anguish lay hold upon Christ, who died for thy sins, look for no salvation. Thy cowl, thy shaven crown, thy chastity, thy obedience, thy poverty, thy works, thy merits, what shall all these do? What shall the law of Moses avail, if I, wretched and damnable sinner, through works or merits could have loved the Son of God, and so come to him? What needed he to deliver himself for me? If I, being a wretched and damned sinner, could be redeemed by any other price, what needed the Son of God to be given? But because there was no other price, therefore he delivered neither sheep, ox, gold, nor silver, but even God himself entirely and wholly for me, even for me, I say, a miserable, wretched sinner. Now, therefore, I take comfort and apply this to myself, and this manner of applying is the very true force and power of faith, for he died not to justify the righteous, but the unrighteous, and to make them the children of God. That is, the more literally you are, the very being whom Christ's sacrifice has already saved. Nothing in Catholic theology, I imagine, has ever spoken to sick souls as straight as this message from Luther's personal experience. As Protestants are not all sick souls, of course reliance on what Luther exults in calling the dung of one's merits, the filthy puddle of one's own righteousness, has come to the front again in their religion. But the adequacy of his view of Christianity to the deeper parts of our human mental structure is shown by its wildfire contagiousness when it was a new and quickening thing. Faith that Christ has genuinely done his work was part of what Luther meant by faith, which so far is faith in a fact intellectually conceived of. But this is only one part of Luther's faith, the other part being far more vital. This other part is something not intellectual, but immediate and intuitive, the assurance, namely, that I, this individual I, just as I stand, without one plea, etc., am saved now and forever. Professor Loiba is undoubtedly right in contending that the conceptual belief about Christ's work, although so often efficacious and antecedent, is really accessory and non-essential, and that the joyous conviction can also come by far other channels than this conception. It is to the joyous conviction itself, the assurance that all is well with one, that he would give the name of the faith par excellence. When the sense of estrangement, he writes, fencing man about in a narrowly limited ego, breaks down, the individual finds himself at one with all creation. He lives in the universal life. He and man, he and nature, he and God are one. That state of confidence, trust, union with all things, following upon the achievement of moral unity, is the faith state. Various dogmatic beliefs suddenly, on the advent of the faith state, acquire a character of certainty, assume a new reality, become an object of faith, as the ground of assurance here is not rational argumentation, is irrelevant. But such conviction, being a mere casual offshoot of the faith state, it is a gross error to imagine that the chief practical value of the faith state is its power to stamp with the seal of reality certain particular theological conceptions. On the contrary, its value lies solely in the fact that it is the psychic correlate of a biological growth reducing contending desires to one direction, a growth which expresses itself in new affective states and new reactions, in larger, nobler, more Christ-like activities. The ground of the specific assurance in religious dogmas is then an affective experience. The objects of faith may even be preposterous. The affective stream will float them along and invest them with unshakable certitude. The more startling the affective experience, the less explicable it seems, the easier it is to make it the carrier of unsubstantiated notions. The characteristics of the affective experience, which, to avoid ambiguity, should, I think, be called the state of assurance rather than the faith state, can be easily enumerated, though it is probably difficult to realize their intensity unless one have been through the experience one's self. The central one is the loss of all the worry, the sense that all is ultimately well with one, the peace, the harmony, the willingness to be, even though the outer conditions should remain the same. The certainty of God's grace, of justification, salvation, is an objective belief that usually accompanies the change in Christians. But this may be entirely lacking, and yet the effective peace remain the same. You will recollect the case of the Oxford graduate, and many may be given where the assurance of personal salvation was only a later result. A passion of willingness, of acquiescence, of admiration is the glowing center of this state of mind. The second feature is the sense of perceiving truths not known before. The mysteries of life become lucid, as Professor Loiba says, and often, nay unusually, the solution is more or less unutterable in words. But these more intellectual phenomena may be postponed until we treat of mysticism. A third peculiarity of the assurance state is the objective change which the world often appears to undergo. An appearance of newness beautifies every object. The precise opposite of that other sort of newness, that dreadful unreality and strangeness in the appearance of the world, which is experienced by melancholy patients, and of which you may recall my relating some examples. This sense of clean and beautiful newness within and without is one of the commonest entries in conversion records. Jonathan Edwards thus describes it in himself. After this, my sense of divine things gradually increased and became more and more lively and had more of that inward sweetness. The appearance of everything was altered. There seemed to be, as it were, a calm, sweet cast or appearance of divine glory in almost everything. God's excellency, his wisdom, his purity and love seemed to appear in everything, in the sun, moon, and stars, in the clouds and blue sky, in the grass, flowers, and trees, in the water and all nature, which used greatly to fix my mind, and scarce anything among all the works of nature was so sweet to me as thunder and lightning. Formerly nothing had been so terrible to me. Before I used to be uncommonly terrified with thunder, and to be struck with terror when I saw a thunderstorm rising. But now, on the contrary, it rejoices me. Billy Bray, an excellent little illiterate English evangelist, records his sense of newness thus. I said to the Lord, Thou hast said, They that ask shall receive, that they seek shall find, and to them that knock the door shall be opened, and I have faith to believe it. In an instant the Lord made me so happy that I cannot express what I felt. I shouted for joy. I praised God with my whole heart. I think this was in November 1823. But what day of the month, I do not know. I remember this, that everything looked new to me. The people, the fields, the cattle, the trees. I was like a new man in a new world. I spent the greater part of my time in praising the Lord. Starbuck and Loiva both illustrate this sense of newness by quotations. I take the two following from Starbuck's manuscript collection. 1, a woman says, I was taken to a camp meeting, mother and religious friends, seeking and praying for my conversion. My emotional nature was stirred to its depths. Confessions of depravity and pleading with God for salvation from sin made me oblivious of all surroundings. I plead for mercy and had a vivid realization of forgiveness and renewal of my nature. When rising from my knees, I exclaimed, Old things have passed away, all things have become new. It was like entering another world, a new state of existence. Natural objects were glorified. My spiritual vision was so clarified that I saw beauty in every material object in the universe. The woods were vocal with heavenly music. My soul exulted in the love of God, and I wanted everybody to share in my joy. The next case is that of a man. I know not how I got back into the encampment, but found myself staggering up to Reverend's holiness tent, and as it was full of seekers and a terrible noise inside, some groaning, some laughing, and some shouting, and by a large oak 10 feet from the tent I fell on my face by a bench and tried to pray, and every time I would call on God, something like a man's hand would strangle me by choking. I don't know whether there were anyone around or near me or not. I thought I should surely die if I did not get help. But just as often as I would pray, that unseen hand was felt on my throat, and my breath squeezed off. Finally something said, Venture on the atonement, for you will die anyway if you don't. So I made one final struggle to call on God for mercy, with the same choking and strangling, determined to finish the sentence of prayer for mercy if I did strangle and die, and the last I remember that time was fallen back on the ground with the same unseen hand on my throat, and I don't know how long I lay there or what was going on. None of my folks were present. When I came to myself, there were a crowd round me praising God. The very heavens seemed to open and pour down rays of light and glory, and not for a moment only, but all day and night. Floods of light and glory seemed to pour through my soul, and oh, how I was changed, and everything became new. My horses and hogs, and even everybody seemed changed. This man's case introduces the feature of automatisms, which, in suggestible subjects, have been so startling a feature at revival since, in Edwards, Wesley's, and Whitfield's time, these became a regular means of gospel propagation. They were at first supposed to be semi-miraculous proofs of power on the part of the Holy Ghost, but great divergence of opinion quickly arose concerning them. Edwards, in his thoughts on the revival of religion in New England, has to defend them against their critics, and their value has long been matter of debate even within the revivalistic denominations. They undoubtedly have no essential spiritual significance, and although their presence makes his conversion more memorable to the convert, it has never been proved that converts who show them are more persevering or fertile in good fruits than those whose change of hearts has had less violent accompaniments. On the whole, unconsciousness, convulsions, visions, involuntary vocal utterances, and suffocation must be simply ascribed to the subjects having a large subliminal region involving nervous instability. This is often the subject's own view of the matter afterwards. One of Starbuck's correspondents writes, for instance, "I have been through the experience which is known as conversion. My explanation of it is this. The subject works his emotions up to the breaking point, at the same time resisting their physical manifestations, such as quickened pulse, etc., and then suddenly lets them have their full sway over his body. The relief is something wonderful, and the pleasurable effects of the emotions are experienced to the highest degree." There is one form of sensory automatism which possibly deserves special notice on account of its frequency. I refer to hallucinatory or pseudo-hallucinatory luminous phenomena, photisms, to use the term of the psychologist. St. Paul's blinding heavenly vision seems to have been a phenomenon of this sort. So does Constantine's cross in the sky. The last case, but one which I quoted, mentions floods of light and glory. Henry Alline mentions a light about whose externality he seems uncertain. Colonel Gardiner sees a blazing light. President Finney writes, "All at once the glory of God shone upon and round about me in a manner almost marvelous. A light perfectly ineffable shone in my soul, that almost prostrated me on the ground, and this light seemed like the brightness of the sun in every direction. It was too intense for the eyes. I think I knew something then, by actual experience, of that light that prostrated Paul on the way to Damascus. It was surely a light such as I could not have endured long." Such reports of photisms are indeed far from uncommon. Here is another from Starbuck's collection where the light appeared evidently external. I had attended a series of revival services for about 2 weeks off and on, had been invited to the altar several times, all the time becoming more deeply impressed, when finally I decided I must do this, or I should be lost. Realization of conversion was very vivid, like a ton's weight being lifted from my heart, a strange light which seemed to light up the whole room, for it was dark, a conscious supreme bliss which caused me to repeat "Glory to God" for a long time, decided to be God's child for life, and to give up my pet ambition, wealth, and social position. My former habits of life hindered my growth somewhat, but I set about overcoming these systematically, and in 1 year my whole nature was changed, i.e., my ambitions were of a different order. Here's another one of Starbuck's cases involving a luminous element. I had been clearly converted 23 years before, or rather, reclaimed. My experience in regeneration was then clear and spiritual, and I had not backslidden, but I experienced entire sanctification on the 15th day of March 1893, about 11 o'clock in the morning. The particular accompaniments of the experience were entirely unexpected. I was quietly sitting at home singing selections out of Pentecostal hymns. Suddenly, there seemed to be a something sweeping into me and inflating my entire being, such a sensation as I had never experienced before. When this experience came, I seemed to be conducted around a large, capacious, well-lighted room. As I walked with my invisible conductor and looked around, a clear thought was coined in my mind. They are not here. They are gone. As soon as the thought was definitely formed in my mind, though no word was spoken, the Holy Spirit impressed me that I was surveying my own soul. Then for the first time in all my life did I know that I was cleansed from all sin and filled with the fullness of God. Loiba quotes the case of a Mr. Peake, where the luminous affection reminds one of the chromatic hallucinations produced by the intoxicant cactus buds called mescal by the Mexicans. When I went in the morning into the fields to work, the glory of God appeared in all his visible creation. I well remember we reaped oats, and how every straw and head of the oats seemed, as it were, arrayed in a kind of rainbow glory, or to glow, if I may so express it, in the glory of God. The most characteristic of all the elements of the conversion crisis, and the last one of which I shall speak, is the ecstasy of happiness produced. We have already heard several accounts of it, but I will add a couple more. President Finney's is so vivid that I give it at length. All my feelings seemed to rise and flow out, and the utterance of my heart was, I want to pour my whole soul out to God. The rising of my soul was so great that I rushed into the back room of the front office to pray. There was no fire and no light in the room. Nevertheless, it appeared to me as if it were perfectly light. As I went in and shut the door after me, it seemed as if I met the Lord Jesus Christ face to face. It did not occur to me then, nor did it for some time afterwards, that it was wholly a mental state. On the contrary, it seemed to me that I saw him as I would see any other man. He said nothing, but looked at me in such a manner as to break me right down at his feet. I have always since regarded this as a most remarkable state of mind, for it seemed to me a reality that he stood before me, and I fell down at his feet and poured out my soul to him. I wept aloud like a child, and made such confessions as I could with my choked utterance. It seemed to me that I bathed his feet with my tears, and yet I had no distinct impression that I touched him, that I recollect. I must have continued in this state for a good while, but my mind was too much absorbed with the interview to recollect anything that I said. But I know, as soon as my mind became calm enough to break off from the interview, I returned to the front office and found that the fire that I had made of large wood was nearly burned out. But as I turned and was about to take a seat by the fire, I received a mighty baptism of the Holy Ghost, without any expectation of it, without ever having the thought in my mind that there was any such thing for me, without any recollection that I had ever heard the thing mentioned by any person in the world. The Holy Spirit descended upon me in a manner that seemed to go through me, body and soul. I could feel the impression like a wave of electricity going through and through me. Indeed, it seemed to come in waves and waves of liquid love, for I could not express it in any other way. It seemed like the very breath of God. I can recollect distinctly that it seemed to fan me like immense wings. No words can express the wonderful love that was shed abroad in my heart. I wept aloud with joy and love, and I do not know, but I should say I literally bellowed out the unutterable gushings of my heart. These waves came over me, and over me, and over me, one after the other, until I recollect I cried out, I shall die if these waves continue to pass over me. I said, Lord, I cannot bear any more. Yet I had no fear of death. How long I continued in this state, with this baptism continuing to roll over me and go through me, I do not know, but I know it was late in the evening when a member of my choir, for I was the leader of the choir, came into the office to see me. He was a member of the church. He found me in this state of loud weeping and said to me, Mr. Finney, what ails you? I could make him no answer for some time. He then said, Are you in pain? I gathered myself up as best I could and replied, No, but so happy that I cannot live. I just now quoted Billy Bray. I cannot do better than give his own brief account of his post-conversion feelings. I can't help praising the Lord. As I go along one street, I lift up one foot, and it seems to say, Glory. And I lift up the other, and it seems to say, Amen. And so they keep up like that all the time I'm walking. One word before I close this lecture on the question of the transiency or permanence of these abrupt conversions. Some of you, I feel sure, knowing that numerous backslidings and relapses take place, make of these their apperceiving mass for interpreting the whole subject and dismiss it with a pitying smile at so much hysterics. Psychologically, as well as religiously, however, this is shallow. It misses the point of serious interest, which is not so much the duration as the nature and quality of these shiftings of character to higher levels. Men lapse from every level. We need no statistics to tell us that. Love is, for instance, well known not to be irrevocable, yet constant or inconstant. It reveals new flights and reaches of ideality while it lasts. These revelations form its significance to men and women, whatever be its duration. So with the conversion experience, that it should for even a short time show a human being what the high water mark of his spiritual capacity is. This is what constitutes its importance, an importance which backsliding cannot diminish, although persistence might increase it. As a matter of fact, all the more striking instances of conversion, all those, for instance, which I have quoted, have been permanent. The case of which there might be most doubt on account of its suggesting so strongly an epileptoid seizure was the case of M. Ratisbonne. Yet I am informed that Ratisbonne's whole future was shaped by those few minutes. He gave up his project of marriage, became a priest, founded at Jerusalem, where he went to dwell, a mission of nuns for the conversion of the Jews, showed no tendency to use, for egotistic purposes, the notoriety given him by the peculiar circumstances of his conversion, which, for the rest, he could seldom refer to without tears, and in short remained an exemplary son of the Church until he died late in the 80s, if I remember rightly. The only statistics I know of on the subject of the duration of conversions are those collected for Professor Starbuck by Miss Johnston. They embrace only 100 persons, evangelical church members, more than half being Methodists. According to the statement of the subjects themselves, there had been backsliding of some sort in nearly all the cases, 93% of the women, 77% of the men. Discussing the returns more minutely, Starbuck finds that only 6% are relapses from the religious faith which the conversion confirmed, and that the backsliding complained of is, in most, only a fluctuation in the ardor of sentiment. Only 6 of the 100 cases report a change of faith. Starbuck's conclusion is that the effect of conversion is to bring with it a changed attitude towards life, which is fairly constant and permanent, although the feelings fluctuate. In other words, the persons who have passed through conversion, having once taken a stand for the religious life, tend to feel themselves identified with it, no matter how much their religious enthusiasm declines. Lectures 11, 12, and 13. Saintliness. The last lecture left us in a state of expectancy. What may the practical fruits for life have been of such movingly happy conversions as those we heard of? With this question, the really important part of our task opens. For you remember that we began all this empirical inquiry not merely to open a curious chapter in the natural history of human consciousness, but rather to attain a spiritual judgment as to the total value and positive meaning of all the religious trouble and happiness which we have seen. We must therefore first describe the fruits of the religious life, and then we must judge them. This divides our inquiry into two distinct parts. Let us, without further preamble, proceed to the descriptive task. It ought to be the pleasantest portion of our business in these lectures. Some small pieces of it, it is true, may be painful, or may show human nature in a pathetic light. But it will be mainly pleasant because the best fruits of religious experience are the best things that history has to show. They have always been esteemed so. Here, if anywhere, is the genuinely strenuous life, and to call to mind a succession of such examples as I have lately had to wander through, though it has been only in the reading of them, it is to feel encouraged and uplifted and washed in better moral air. The highest flights of charity, devotion, trust, patience, bravery, to which the wings of human nature have spread themselves, have been flown for religious ideals. I can do no better than quote, as to this, some remarks which St. Beuve, in his History of Port Royal, makes on the results of conversion, or the state of grace. Even from the purely human point of view, St. Beuve says, the phenomenon of grace must still appear sufficiently extraordinary, eminent, and rare, both in its nature and in its effects, to deserve a closer study. For the soul arrives thereby at a certain fixed and invincible state, a state which is genuinely heroic, and from out of which the greatest deeds which it ever performs are executed. Through all the different forms of communion and all the diversity of the means which help to produce this state, whether it be reached by a jubilee, by a general confession, by a solitary prayer and effusion, whatever in short be the place and the occasion, it is easy to recognize that it is fundamentally one state in spirit and in fruits, penetrate a little beneath the diversity of circumstances, and it becomes evident that in Christians of different epochs, it is always one and the same modification by which they are effected. There is veritably a single fundamental and identical spirit of piety and charity common to those who have received grace, an inner state which before all things is one of love and humility, of infinite confidence in God, and of severity for oneself, accompanied with tenderness for others. The fruits peculiar to this condition of the soul, have the same savour in all, under distant suns and in different surroundings. In St. Teresa of Avila, just as in any Moravian brother of Herrnhut. St. Beuve has here only the more imminent instances of regeneration in mind, and these are, of course, the instructive ones for us also to consider. These devotees have often laid their course so differently from other men that, judging them by worldly law, we might be tempted to call them monstrous aberrations from the path of nature. I begin, therefore, by asking a general psychological question as to what the inner conditions are which may make one human character differ so extremely from another. I reply at once that where the character, as something distinguished from the intellect, is concerned, the causes of human diversity lie chiefly in our differing susceptibilities of emotional excitement, and in the different impulses and inhibitions which these bring in their train. Let me make this more clear. Speaking generally, our moral and practical attitude at any given time is always a resultant of two sets of forces within us, impulses pushing us one way, and obstructions and inhibitions holding us back. Yes, yes, say the impulses. No, no, say the inhibitions. Few people who have not expressly reflected on the matter realize how constantly this factor of inhibition is upon us, how it contains and molds us by its restrictive pressure, almost as if we were fluids pent within the cavity of a jar. The influence is so incessant that it becomes subconscious. All of you, for example, sit here with a certain constraint at this moment, and entirely without express consciousness of the fact, because of the influence of the occasion. If left alone in the room, each of you would probably involuntarily rearrange himself and make his attitude more free and easy. But proprieties and their inhibitions snap like cobwebs if any great emotional excitement supervenes. I have seen a dandy appear in the street with his face covered with shaving lather, because a house across the way was on fire, and a woman will run among strangers in her nightgown if it be a question of saving her baby's life or her own. Take a self-indulgent woman's life in general. She will yield to every inhibition set by her disagreeable sensations, lie late in bed, live upon tea or bromides, keep indoors from the cold. Every difficulty finds her obedient to its no, but make a mother of her, and what have you. Possessed by maternal excitement, she now confronts wakefulness, weariness, and toil without an instant of hesitation or a word of complaint. The inhibitive power of pain over her is extinguished wherever the baby's interests are at stake. The inconveniences which this creature occasions have become, as James Hinton says, the glowing heart of a great joy, and indeed are now the very conditions whereby the joy becomes most deep. This is an example of what you have already heard of as the expulsive power of a higher affection. But be the affection high or low, it makes no difference, so long as the excitement it brings be strong enough. In one of Henry Drummond's discourses, he tells of an inundation in India, where an eminence with a bungalow upon it remained unsubmerged and became the refuge of a number of wild animals and reptiles, in addition to the human beings who were there. At a certain moment, a royal Bengal tiger appeared, swimming towards it, reached it, and lay panting like a dog upon the ground, in the midst of the people, still possessed by such an agony of terror that one of the Englishmen could calmly step up with a rifle and blow out its brains. The tiger's habitual ferocity was temporarily quelled by the emotion of fear, which became sovereign and formed a new center for his character. Sometimes no emotional state is sovereign, but many contrary ones are mixed together. In that case, one hears both yeses and nos, and the will is called on then to solve the conflict. Take a soldier, for example, with his dread of cowardice impelling him to advance, his fears impelling him to run, and his propensities to imitation pushing him towards various courses if his comrades offer various examples. His person becomes the seat of a mass of interferences, and he may for a time simply waver, because no one emotion prevails. There is a pitch of intensity, though, which, if any emotion reach it, enthrones that one as alone effective, and sweeps its antagonists and all their inhibitions away. The fury of his comrade's charge, once entered on, will give this pitch of courage to the soldier. The panic of their rout will give this pitch of fear. In these sovereign excitements, things ordinarily impossible grow natural because the inhibitions are annulled. Their no not only is not heard, it does not exist. Obstacles are then like tissue paper hoops to the circus rider. No impediment. The flood is higher than the dam they make. Lasst sie betteln gehen, wenn sie hungrig sind, cries the grenadier, frantic over his emperor's capture. When his wife and babes are suggested, and men pent into a burning theatre have been known to cut their way through the crowd with knives. One mode of emotional excitability is exceedingly important in the comparison of the energetic character from its peculiarly destructive power over inhibitions. I mean what in its lower form is mere irascibility, susceptibility to wrath, the fighting temper, and what in subtler ways manifests itself as impatience, grimness, earnestness, severity of character. Earnestness means willingness to live with energy, though energy bring pain. The pain may be pain to other people or pain to oneself. It makes little difference, for when the strenuous mood is on one, the aim is to break something, no matter whose or what. Nothing annihilates an inhibition as irresistibly as anger does it. For as Moltke says of war, destruction pure and simple is its essence. This is what makes it so invaluable an ally of every other passion. The sweetest delights are trampled on with a ferocious pleasure the moment they offer themselves as checks to a cause by which our higher indignations are elicited. It costs then nothing to draw up friendships, to renounce long-rooted privileges and possessions, to break with social ties. Rather, do we take a stern joy in the astringency and desolation, and what is called weakness of character seems in most cases to consist in the inaptitude for these sacrificial moods, of which one's own inferior self and its pet softnesses must often be the targets and the victims. So far I have spoken of temporary alterations produced by shifting excitements in the same person, but the relatively fixed differences of character of different persons are explained in a precisely similar way. In a man with a liability to a special sort of emotion, whole ranges of inhibition habitually vanish, which in other men remain effective, and other sorts of inhibition take their place. When a person has an inborn genius for certain emotions, his life differs strangely from that of ordinary people, for none of their usual deterrents check him. Your mere aspirant to a type of character, on the contrary, only shows when your natural lover, fighter, or reformer, with whom the passion is a gift of nature, comes along, the hopeless inferiority of voluntary to instinctive action. He has deliberately to overcome his inhibitions. The genius with the inborn passion seems not to feel them at all. He is free of all that inner friction and nervous waste. To a Fox, a Garibaldi, a General Booth, a John Brown, a Louis Michel, a Bradlaugh, the obstacles omnipotent over those around them are as if non-existent. Could the rest of us so disregard them? There might be many such heroes, for many have the wish to live for similar ideals, and only the adequate degree of inhibition-quenching fury is lacking. The difference between willing and merely wishing, between having ideals that are creative and ideals that are but pinings and regrets, thus depends solely either on the amount of steam pressure chronically driving the character in the ideal direction, or on the amount of ideal excitement transiently acquired. Given a certain amount of love, indignation, generosity, magnanimity, admiration, loyalty, or enthusiasm of self-surrender, the result is always the same. That whole raft of cowardly obstructions, which in tame persons and dull moods are sovereign impediments to action, sinks away at once. Our conventionality, our shyness, laziness, and stinginess, our demands for precedent and permission, for guarantee and surety, our small suspicions, timidities, despairs, where are they now? severed like cobwebs, broken like bubbles in the sun. Wo sind die Sorg, nun and noch, die mich noch gestern wollte erschlafen? Ich scham mich des in Morgenroth. The flood we are borne on rolls them so lightly under that their very contact is unfelt. Set free of them, we float and soar and sing. This auroral openness and uplift gives to all creative ideal levels a bright and caroling quality, which is nowhere more marked than where the controlling emotion is religious. The true monk, writes an Italian mystic, takes nothing with him but his lyre. We may now turn from these psychological generalities to those fruits of the religious state which form the special subject of our present lecture. The man who lives in his religious center of personal energy and is actuated by spiritual enthusiasms differs from his previous carnal self in perfectly definite ways. The new ardor which burns in his breast consumes in its glow the lower nose which formerly beset him, and keeps him immune against infection from the entire groveling portion of his nature. Magnanimities, once impossible, are now easy. Paltry conventionalities and mean incentives, once tyrannical, hold no sway. The stone wall inside of him has fallen. The hardness in his heart has broken down. The rest of us can, I think, imagine this by recalling our state of feeling in those temporary melting moods into which either the trials of real life or the theatre or a novel sometimes throw us, especially if we weep, for it is then as if our tears broke through an inveterate inner dam and let all sorts of ancient vacancies and moral stagnancies drain away, leaving us now washed and soft of heart, and open to every nobler leading. With most of us, the customary hardness quickly returns, but not so with saintly persons. Many saints, even as energetic ones as Teresa and Loyola, have possessed what the Church traditionally reveres as a special grace, the so-called gift of tears. In these persons, the melting mood seems to have held almost uninterrupted control. And as it is with tears and melting moods, so it is with other exalted affections. Their reign may come by gradual growth or by a crisis, but in either case it may have come to stay. At the end of the last lecture, we saw this permanence to be true of the general paramountcy of the higher insight. Even though in the ebbs of emotional excitement meaner motives might temporarily prevail and backsliding might occur, but that lower temptations may remain completely annulled, apart from transient emotion, and as if by alteration of the man's habitual nature, is also proved by documentary evidence in certain cases. Before embarking on the general natural history of the regenerate character, let me convince you of this curious fact by one or two examples. The most numerous are those of reformed drunkards. You recollect the case of Mr. Hadley in the last lecture. The Jerry Macaulay Walter Street mission abounds in similar instances. You also remember the graduate of Oxford, converted at 3 p.m. and getting drunk in the hayfield the next day, but after that permanently cured of his appetite. From that hour, drink has had no terrors for me. I never touch it, never want it. The same thing occurred with my pipe. The desire for it went at once and has never returned. So, with every known sin, the deliverance in each case being permanent and complete. I have had no temptation since conversion. Here is an analogous case from Starbuck's manuscript collection. I went into the old Adelphi Theatre where there was a holiness meeting, and I began saying, Lord, Lord, I must have this blessing. Then what was to me an audible voice said, Are you willing to give up everything to the Lord? And question after question kept coming up, to all of which I said, "Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord." Until this came, "Why do you not accept it now?" And I said, "I do, Lord." I felt no particular joy, only a trust. And just then the meeting closed. And as I went out on the street, I met a gentleman smoking a fine cigar, and a cloud of smoke came into my face, and I took a long, deep breath of it, and praised the Lord. All my appetite for it was gone. Then, as I walked along the street, passing saloons where the fumes of liquor came out, I found that all my taste and longing for that accursed stuff was gone. Glory to God! But for 10 or 11 long years after that, I was in the wilderness with its ups and downs. My appetite for liquor never came back. The classic case of Colonel Gardiner is that of a man cured of a sexual temptation in a single hour. To Mr. Spears, the Colonel said, "I was effectually cured of all inclination to that sin I was so strongly addicted to, that I thought nothing but shooting me through the head could have cured me of it. And all desire and inclination to it was removed as entirely as if I had been a sucking child, nor did the temptation return to this day." Mr. Webster's words on the same subject are these: "One thing I have heard the Colonel frequently say, that he was much addicted to impurity before his acquaintance with religion, but that so soon as he was enlightened from above, he felt the power of the Holy Ghost changing his nature so wonderfully that his sanctification in this respect seemed more remarkable than in any other." Such rapid abolition of ancient impulses and propensities reminds us so strongly of what has been observed as the result of hypnotic suggestion that it is difficult not to believe that subliminal influences play the decisive part in these abrupt changes of heart, just as they do in hypnotism. Suggestive therapeutics abound in records of cure after a few sittings of inveterate bad habits with which the patient, left to ordinary moral and physical influences, had struggled in vain. Both drunkenness and sexual vice have been cured in this way. Action through the subliminal seeming, thus in many individuals, to have the prerogative of inducing relatively stable change. If the grace of God miraculously operates, it probably operates through the subliminal door, then. But just how anything operates in this region is still unexplained, and we shall do well now to say goodbye to the process of transformation altogether, leaving it, if you like, a good deal of a psychological or theological mystery, and to turn our attention to the fruits of the religious condition, no matter in what way they may have been produced. The collective name for the ripe fruits of religion in a character is saintliness. The saintly character is the character for which spiritual emotions are the habitual center of the personal energy. And there is a certain composite photograph of universal saintliness, the same in all religions, of which the features can easily be traced. They are these. Number 1, a feeling of being in a wider life than that of this world's selfish little interests, and a conviction, not merely intellectual, but as it were sensible, of the existence of an ideal power. In Christian saintliness, this power is always personified as God. But abstract moral ideals, civic or patriotic utopias, or inner visions of holiness or right may also be felt as the true lords and enlargers of our life, in ways which I described in the lecture on the reality of the unseen. Number 2, a sense of the friendly continuity of the ideal power with our own life, and a willing self-surrender to its control. Number 3, an immense elation and freedom as the outlines of the confining selfhood melt down. Number 4, a shifting of the emotional center towards loving and harmonious affections, towards yes, yes, and away from no, where the claims of the non-ego are concerned. These fundamental inner conditions have characteristic practical consequences as follows. A. Asceticism. The self-surrender may become so passionate as to turn into self-immolation. It may then so overrule the ordinary inhibitions of the flesh that the saint finds positive pleasure in sacrifice and asceticism, measuring and expressing as they do the degree of his loyalty to the higher power. B. Strength of soul. The sense of enlargement of life may be so uplifting that personal motives and inhibitions, commonly omnipotent, become too insignificant for notice, and new reaches of patience and fortitude open out. Fears and anxieties go, and blissful equanimity takes their place. Come heaven, come hell, it makes no difference now. We forbid ourselves all seeking after popularity, all ambition to appear important. We pledge ourselves to abstain from falsehood in all its degrees. We promise not to create or encourage illusions as to what is possible by what we say or write. We promise to one another active sincerity, which strives to see truth clearly and which never fears to declare what it sees. We promise deliberate resistance to the tidal waves of fashion, to the booms and panics of the public mind, to all the forms of weakness and of fear. We forbid ourselves the use of sarcasm. Of serious things we will speak seriously and unsmilingly, without banter and without the appearance of banter. And even so, of all things, for there are serious ways of being light of heart. We will put ourselves forward always for what we are, simply and without false humility, as well as without pedantry, affectation, or pride. C. Purity. The shifting of the emotional center brings with it first increase of purity. The sensitiveness to spiritual discords is enhanced, and the cleansing of existence from brutal and sensual elements becomes imperative. Occasions of contact with such elements are avoided. The saintly life must deepen its spiritual consistency and keep unspotted from the world. In some temperaments, this need of purity of spirit takes an ascetic turn, and weaknesses of the flesh are treated with relentless severity. D. Charity. The shifting of the emotional center brings, secondly, increase of charity, tenderness for fellow creatures. The ordinary motives to antipathy, which usually set such close bounds to tenderness among human beings, are inhibited. The saint loves his enemies and treats loathsome beggars as his brothers. I now have to give some concrete illustrations of these fruits of the spiritual tree. The only difficulty is to choose, for they are so abundant. And since the sense of presence of a higher and friendly power seems to be the fundamental feature in the spiritual life, I will begin with that. In our narratives of conversion, we saw how the world might look shining and transfigured to the convert, and apart from anything acutely religious, we all have moments when the universal life seems to wrap us round with friendliness. In youth and health, in summer, in the woods, or on the mountains, there come days when the weather seems all whispering with peace, hours when the goodness and beauty of existence enfold us like a dry, warm climate, or chime through us as if our inner ears were subtly ringing with the world's security. Thoreau writes, "Once, a few weeks after I came to the woods for an hour, I doubted whether the near neighborhood of man was not essential to a serene and healthy life. To be alone was somewhat unpleasant, but in the midst of a gentle rain while these thoughts prevailed, I was suddenly sensible of such sweet and beneficent society in nature, in the very pattering of the drops, and in every sight and sound around my house, an infinite and unaccountable friendliness all at once, like an atmosphere sustaining me, has made the fancied advantages of human neighborhood insignificant. And I have never thought of them since. Every little pine needle expanded and swelled with sympathy and befriended me. I was so distinctly made aware of the presence of something kindred to me that I thought no place could ever be strange to me again. In the Christian consciousness, this sense of the enveloping friendliness becomes most personal and definite. The compensation, writes a German author, for the loss of that sense of personal independence, which man so unwillingly gives up, is the disappearance of all fear from one's life. The quite indescribable and inexplicable feeling of an inner security, which one can only experience, but which, once it has been experienced, one can never forget. I find an excellent description of this state of mind in a sermon by Mr. Voysey. It is in the experience of myriads of trustful souls that this sense of God's unfailing presence with them in their going out and in, their coming in, and by night and day, is a source of absolute repose and confident calmness. It drives away all fear of what may befall them. That nearness of God is a constant security against terror and anxiety. It is not that they are at all assured of physical safety, or deem themselves protected by a love which is denied to others, but that they are in a state of mind equally ready to be safe or to meet with injury. If injury befall them, they will be content to bear it, because the Lord is their keeper, and nothing can befall them without his will. If it be his will, then injury is for them a blessing, and no calamity at all. Thus and thus only is the trustful man protected and shielded from harm. And I, for one, by no means a thick-skinned or hard-nerved man, am absolutely satisfied with this arrangement, and do not wish for any other kind of immunity from danger and catastrophe. Quite as sensitive to pain as the most highly strung organism, I yet feel that the worst of it is conquered, and the sting taken out of it altogether by the thought that God is our loving and sleepless keeper, and that nothing can hurt us without his will. More excited expressions of this condition are abundant in religious literature. I could easily weary you with their monotony. Here's an account from Mrs. Jonathan Edwards. Last night, Mrs. Edwards writes, was the sweetest night I ever had in my life. I never before, for so long a time together, enjoyed so much of the light and rest and sweetness of heaven in my soul, but without the least agitation of body during the whole time. A part of the night I lay awake, sometimes asleep and sometimes between sleeping and waking. But all night I continued in a constant, clear and lively sense of the heavenly sweetness of Christ's excellent love, of his nearness to me, and of my dearness to him. With an inexpressibly sweet calmness of soul and an entire rest in him, I seemed to myself to perceive a glow of divine love come down from the heart of Christ in heaven into my heart in a constant stream, like a stream or pencil of sweet light. At the same time, my heart and soul all flowed out in love to Christ, so that there seemed to be a constant flowing and reflowing of heavenly love and I appeared to myself to float or swim in these bright, sweet beams, like the motes swimming in the beams of the sun, or the streams of his light, which come in at the window. I can think that what I felt each minute was worth more than all the outward comfort and pleasure which I had enjoyed in my whole life put together. It was pleasure without the least sting or any interruption. It was a sweetness which my soul was lost in. It seemed to be all that my feeble frame could sustain. There was but little difference whether I was asleep or awake, but if there was any difference, the sweetness was greatest while I was asleep. As I awoke early the next morning, it seemed to me that I had entirely done with myself. I felt that the opinions of the world concerning me were nothing, and that I had no more to do with any outward interest of my own than with that of a person whom I never saw. The glory of God seemed to swallow up every wish and desire of my heart. After retiring to rest and sleeping a little while, I awoke and was led to reflect on God's mercy to me in giving me for many years a willingness to die, and after that, in making me willing to live, that I might do and suffer whatever he called me to here. I also thought how God had graciously given me an entire resignation to his will with respect to the kind and manner of death that I should die, having been made willing to die on the rack or at the stake, and if it were God's will to die in darkness. But now it occurred to me I used to think of living no longer than to the ordinary age of man. Upon this I was led to ask myself whether I was not willing to be kept out of heaven even longer, and my whole heart seemed immediately to reply, yes, 1,000 years and 1,000 in horror, if it be most for the honour of God. The torment of my body being so great, awful, and overwhelming, that none could bear to live in the country where the spectacle was seen, and the torment of my mind being vastly greater. And it seemed to me that I found a perfect willingness, quietness, and alacrity of soul in consenting that it should be so, if it were most for the glory of God, so that there was no hesitation, doubt, or darkness in my mind. The glory of God seemed to overcome me and swallow me up, and every conceivable suffering and everything that was terrible to my nature seemed to shrink to nothing before it. This resignation continued in its clearness and brightness the rest of the night and all the next day, and the night following, and on Monday in the forenoon, without interruption or abatement. The annals of Catholic saintship abound in records as ecstatic or more ecstatic than this. Often the assaults of the divine love, it is said of the Sister Seraphique de la Martinière, reduced her almost to the point of death. She used tenderly to complain of this to God. "I cannot support it," she used to say. "Bear gently with my weakness, or I shall expire under the violence of your love. Let me pass next to the charity and brotherly love which are a usual fruit of saintliness, and have always been reckoned essential theological virtues, however limited may have been the kinds of service which the particular theology enjoined. Brotherly love would follow logically from the assurance of God's friendly presence, the notion of our brotherhood as men being an immediate inference from that of God's fatherhood of us all. When Christ utters the precepts, "Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you," he gives for a reason, "that ye may be the children of your Father which is in heaven. For he maketh his sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sendeth rain on the just and on the unjust. One might therefore be tempted to explain both the humility as to one's self and the charity towards others, which characterize spiritual excitement, as results of the all-leveling character of theistic belief. But these affections are certainly not mere derivatives of theism. We find them in Stoicism, in Hinduism, and in Buddhism in the highest possible degree. They harmonize with paternal theism beautifully, but they harmonize with all reflection, whatever upon the dependence of mankind, on general causes. And we must, I think, consider them not subordinate, but coordinate parts of that great complex excitement in the study of which we are engaged. Religious rapture, moral enthusiasm, ontological wonder, cosmic emotion are all unifying states of mind in which the sand and grit of the selfhood incline to disappear and tenderness to rule. The best thing is to describe the condition integrally as a characteristic affection to which our nature is liable, a region in which we find ourselves at home, a sea in which we swim, but not to pretend to explain its parts by deriving them too cleverly from one another. Like love or fear, the faith state is a natural psychic complex and carries charity with it by organic consequence. Jubilation is an expansive affection, and all expansive affections are self-forgetful and kindly so long as they endure. We find this the case even when they are pathological in origin. In his instructive work, La Tristesse et la Joie, M. Georges Dumas compares together the melancholy and the joyous phase of circular insanity, and shows that while selfishness characterizes the one, the other is marked by altruistic impulses. No human being so stingy and useless as was Marie in her melancholy period. But the moment the happy period begins, sympathy and kindness become her characteristic sentiments. She displays a universal goodwill, not only of intention, but in action. She becomes solicitous of the health of other patients, interested in getting them out, desirous to procure wool to knit socks for some of them. Never since she has been under my observation have I heard her in her joyous period utter any but charitable opinions. And later, Dr. Dumas says of all such joyous conditions that unselfish sentiments and tender emotions are the only effective states to be found in them. The subject's mind is closed against envy, hatred, and vindictiveness, and wholly transformed into benevolence, indulgence, and mercy. There is thus an organic affinity between joyousness and tenderness, and their companionship in the saintly life need in no way occasion surprise. Along with the happiness, this increase of tenderness is often noted in narratives of conversion. I began to work for others. I had more tender feeling for my family and friends. I spoke at once to a person with whom I had been angry. I felt for every one and loved my friends better. I felt every one to be my friend. These are so many expressions from the records collected by Professor Starbuck. When, says Mrs. Edwards, continuing the narrative from which I made quotation a moment ago, I arose on the morning of the Sabbath, I felt a love to all mankind, wholly peculiar in its strength and sweetness, far beyond all that I had ever felt before. The power of that love seemed inexpressible. I thought if I were surrounded by enemies who were venting their malice and cruelty upon me, in tormenting me, it would still be impossible that I should cherish any feelings toward them but those of love and pity, and ardent desires for their happiness. I never before felt so far from a disposition to judge and censure others as I did that morning. I realized also, in an unusual and very lively manner, how great a part of Christianity lies in the performance of our social and relative duties to one another. The same joyful sense continued throughout the day, a sweet love to God and all mankind. Whatever be the explanation of the charity, it may efface all usual human barriers. Here, for instance, is an example of Christian non-resistance from Richard Weaver's autobiography. Weaver was a collier, a semi-professional pugilist in his younger days, who became a much beloved evangelist. Fighting after drinking seems to have been the sin to which he originally felt his flesh most perversely inclined. After his first conversion, he had a backsliding, which consisted in pounding a man who had insulted a girl. Feeling that, having once fallen, he might as well be hanged for a sheep as for a lamb, he got drunk and went and broke the jaw of another man who had lately challenged him to fight, and taunted him with cowardice for refusing as a Christian man. I mention these incidents to show how genuine a change of heart is implied in the later conduct which he describes as follows. I went down the drift and found the boy crying because a fellow workman was trying to take the wagon from him by force. I said to him, "Tom, you mustn't take that wagon." He swore at me and called me a Methodist devil. I told him that God did not tell me to let him rob me. He cursed again and said he would push the wagon over me. "Well," I said, "let us see whether the devil and thee are stronger than the Lord and me." And the Lord and I, proving stronger than the devil and he had to get out of the way, or the wagon would have gone over him. So I gave the wagon to the boy. Then said Tom, "I've got a good mind to smack thee on the face." "Well," I said, "if that will do thee any good, thou canst do it." So he struck me on the face. I turned the other cheek to him and said, "Strike again." He struck again and again, till he had struck me 5 times. I turned my cheek for the 6th stroke, but he turned away, cursing. I shouted after him, "The Lord forgive thee, for I do, and the Lord save thee." This was on a Saturday, and when I went home from the coal pit, my wife saw my face was swollen, and asked what was the matter with it. I said, "I've been fighting, and I've given a man a good thrashing." She burst out weeping and said, "Oh, Richard, what made you fight?" Then I told her all about it, and she thanked the Lord I had not struck back. But the Lord had struck, and his blows have more effect than man's. Monday came, the devil began to tempt me, saying, "The other men will laugh at thee for allowing Tom to treat thee as he did on Saturday." I cried, "Get thee behind me, Satan," and went on my way to the coal pit. Tom was the first man I saw. I said, "Good morning," but got no reply. He went down first. When I got down, I was surprised to see him sitting on the wagon road, waiting for me. When I came to him, he burst into tears and said, "Richard, will you forgive me for striking you?" "I have forgiven thee," said I. "Ask God to forgive thee. The Lord bless thee." I gave him my hand, and we went each to his work. Love your enemies, mark you, not simply those who happen not to be your friends, but your enemies, your positive and active enemies. Either this is a mere Oriental hyperbole, a bit of verbal extravagance, meaning only that we should, as far as we can, abate our animosities, or else it is sincere and literal. Outside of certain cases of intimate individual relation, it seldom has been taken literally. Yet it makes one ask the question, can there in general be a level of emotion so unifying, so obliterative of differences between man and man, that even enmity may come to be an irrelevant circumstance and fail to inhibit the friendlier interests aroused? If positive well-wishing could attain so supreme a degree of excitement, those who are swayed by it might well seem superhuman beings. Their life would be morally discrete from the life of other men, and there is no saying, in the absence of positive experience of an authentic kind, for there are few active examples in our scriptures, and the Buddhistic examples are legendary, what the effects might be. They might conceivably transform the world. Psychologically and in principle, the precept, "love your enemies," is not self-contradictory. It is merely the extreme limit of a kind of magnanimity with which, in the shape of pitying tolerance of our oppressors, we are fairly familiar. Yet, if radically followed, it would involve such a breach with our instinctive springs of action as a whole, and with the present world's arrangements, that a critical point would practically be passed, and we should be born into another kingdom of being. Religious emotion makes us feel that other kingdom to be close at hand, within our reach. The inhibition of instinctive repugnance is proved not only by the showing of love to enemies, but by the showing of it to anyone who is personally loathsome. In the annals of saintliness, we find a curious mixture of motives impelling in this direction. Asceticism plays its part, and along with charity, pure and simple, we find humility, or the desire to disclaim distinction and to grovel on the common level before God. Certainly all three principles were at work when Francis of Assisi and Ignatius Loyola exchanged their garments with those of filthy beggars. All three are at work when religious persons consecrate their lives to the care of leprosy or other peculiarly unpleasant diseases. The nursing of the sick is a function to which the religious seem strongly drawn, even apart from the fact that church traditions set that way. But in the annals of this sort of charity we find fantastic excesses of devotion recorded, which are only explicable by the frenzy of self-immolation simultaneously aroused. Francis of Assisi kisses his lepers. Margaret Mary Alacoque, Francis Xavier, St. John of God, and others are said to have cleansed the sores and ulcers of their patients with their respective tongues. And the lives of such saints as Elizabeth of Hungary and Madame de Chantal are full of a sort of revelling in hospital purulence, disagreeable to read of, and which makes us admire and shudder at the same time. So much for the human love aroused by the faith state. Let me next speak of the equanimity, resignation, fortitude, and patience which it brings. A paradise of inward tranquility seems to be faith's usual result, and it is easy, even without being religious oneself, to understand this. A moment back, in treating of the sense of God's presence, I spoke of the unaccountable feeling of safety, which one may then have, and indeed, how can it possibly fail to steady the nerves, to cool the fever, and appease the fret, if one be sensibly conscious that, no matter what one's difficulties for the moment may appear to be, one's life as a whole is in the keeping of a power whom one can absolutely trust? In deeply religious men, the abandonment of self to this power is passionate. Whoever not only says, but feels, God's will be done, is mailed against every weakness. And the whole historic array of martyrs, missionaries, and religious reformers is there to prove the tranquil mindedness under naturally agitating or distressing circumstances which self-surrender brings. The temper of the tranquil mindedness differs, of course, according as the person is of a constitutionally somber or of a constitutionally cheerful cast of mind. In the somber it partakes more of resignation and submission. In the cheerful it is a joyous consent. As an example of the former temper, I quote part of a letter from Professor Lagneau, a venerated teacher of philosophy who lately died a great invalid at Paris. My life, for the success of which you send good wishes, will be what it is able to be. I ask nothing from it, I expect nothing from it. For long years now I exist, think, and act, and am worth what I am worth, only through the despair, which is my sole strength and my sole foundation. May it preserve for me, even in these last trials to which I am coming, the courage to do without the desire of deliverance. I ask nothing more from the source whence all strength cometh, and if that is granted, your wishes will have been accomplished. There's something pathetic and fatalistic about this, but the power of such a tone as a protection against outward shocks is manifest. Pascal is another Frenchman of pessimistic, natural temperament. He expresses still more amply the temper of self-surrendering submissiveness. "Deliver me, Lord," he writes in his prayers, "from the sadness at my proper suffering, which self-love might give. But put into me a sadness like your own. Let my sufferings appease your choler. Make them an occasion for my conversion and salvation. I ask you neither for health, nor for sickness, for life, nor for death, but that you may dispose of my health and my sickness, my life and my death, for your glory, for my salvation, and for the use of the Church and of your saints, of whom I would by your grace be one. You alone know what is expedient for me. You are the sovereign Master. Do with me according to your will. Give to me or take away from me, only conform my will to yours. I know but one thing, Lord, that it is good to follow you, and bad to offend you. Apart from that, I know not what is good or bad in anything. I know not which is profitable to me, health or sickness, wealth or poverty, nor anything else in the world. That discernment is beyond the power of men or angels, and is hidden among the secrets of your providence, which I adore, but do not seek to fathom." When we reach more optimistic temperaments, the resignation grows less passive. Examples are sown so broadcast throughout history that I might well pass on without citation. As it is, I snatch at the first that occurs to my mind. Madame Guyon, a frail creature physically, was yet of a happy native disposition. She went through many perils with admirable serenity of soul, after being sent to prison for heresy. "Some of my friends," she writes, "wept bitterly at the hearing of it, but such was my state of acquiescence and resignation that it failed to draw any tears from me. There appeared to be in me then, as I find it to be in me now, such an entire loss of what regards myself, that any of my own interests gave me little pain or pleasure, ever wanting to will or wish for myself. Only the very thing that God does." In another place she writes, "We all of us came near perishing in a river which we found it necessary to pass. The carriage sank in the quicksand. Others who were with us threw themselves out in excessive fright, but I found my thoughts so much taken up with God that I had no distinct sense of danger. It is true that the thought of being drowned passed across my mind, but it cost no other sensation or reflection in me than this, that I felt quite contented in willing it were so, if it were my Heavenly Father's choice." Sailing from Nice to Genoa, a storm keeps her 11 days at sea. "As the irritated waves dashed round us," she writes, "I could not help experiencing a certain degree of satisfaction in my mind. I pleased myself when thinking that those mutinous billows, under the command of Him who does all things rightly, might probably furnish me with a watery grave. Perhaps I carried the point too far in the pleasure which I took in thus seeing myself beaten and bandied by the swelling waters. Those who were with me took notice of my intrepidity." The contempt of danger which religious enthusiasm produces may be even more buoyant still. I take an example from that charming recent autobiography, With Christ at Sea, by Frank Bullen, a couple of days after he went through the conversion on shipboard, of which he there gives an account. It was blowing stiffly, he writes, and we were carrying a press of canvas to get north out of the bad weather. Shortly after 4 bells we hauled down the flying jib, and I sprang out astride the boom to furl it. I was sitting astride the boom when suddenly it gave way with me. The sail slipped through my fingers, and I fell backwards, hanging head downwards, over the seething tumult of shining foam under the ship's bows, suspended by 1 foot. But I felt only high exultation in my certainty of eternal life, although death was divided from me by a hair's breadth, and I was acutely conscious of the fact. It gave me no sensation but joy. I suppose I could have hung there no longer than 5 seconds, but in that time I lived a whole age of delight. But my body asserted itself, and with a desperate gymnastic effort I regained the boom. How I furled the sail I don't know, but I sang at the utmost pitch of my voice praises to God that went pealing out over the dark waste of waters. The annals of martyrdom are, of course, the signal field of triumph for religious imperturbability. Let me cite as an example the statement of a humble sufferer, persecuted as a Huguenot under Louis XIV. They shut out all the doors, Blanche Gammond writes, and I saw 6 women, each with a bunch of willow rods, as thick as the hand could hold, and a yard long. He gave me the order, "Undress yourself," which I did. He said, "You are leaving on your shift. You must take it off." They had so little patience that they took it off themselves, and I was naked from the waist up. They brought a cord with which they tied me to a beam in the kitchen. They drew the cord tight with all their strength and asked me, "Does it hurt you?" And then they discharged their fury upon me, exclaiming as they struck me, "Pray now to your God." It was the roulette woman who held this language. But at this moment I received the greatest consolation that I can ever receive in my life, since I had the honor of being whipped for the name of Christ, and in addition of being crowned with his mercy and his consolations. Why can I not write down the inconceivable influences, consolations, and peace which I felt interiorly? To understand them, one must have passed by the same trial. They were so great that I was ravished, for there where afflictions abound, grace is given superabundantly. In vain the woman cried, "We must double our blows. She does not feel them, for she neither speaks nor cries." And how should I have cried, since I was swooning with happiness within? The transition from tenseness, self-responsibility and worry, to equanimity, receptivity and peace is the most wonderful of all those shiftings of inner equilibrium, those changes of the personal center of energy which I have analyzed so often. And the chief wonder of it is that it so often comes about not by doing, but by simply relaxing and throwing the burden down. This abandonment of self-responsibility seems to be the fundamental act in specifically religious, as distinguished from moral, practice. It antedates theologies and is independent of philosophies. Mind cure, theosophy, stoicism, ordinary neurological hygiene insist on it as emphatically as Christianity does, and it is capable of entering into closest marriage with every speculative creed. Christians who have it strongly live in what is called recollection, and are never anxious about the future, nor worry about the outcome of the day. Of St. Catherine of Genoa, it is said that she took cognizance of things only as they were presented to her in succession, moment by moment. To her holy soul, the divine moment was the present moment, and when the present moment was estimated in itself and in its relations, and when the duty that was involved in it was accomplished, it was permitted to pass away as if it had never been, and to give way to the facts and duties of the moment which came after. Hinduism, mind cure, and theosophy all lay great emphasis upon this concentration of the consciousness upon the moment at hand. The next religious symptom which I will note is what I have called purity of life. The saintly person becomes exceedingly sensitive to inner inconsistency or discord, and mixture and confusion grow intolerable. All the mind's objects and occupations must be ordered with reference to the special spiritual excitement, which is now its keynote. Whatever is unspiritual taints the pure water of the soul and is repugnant. Mixed with this exaltation of the moral sensibilities, there is also an ardor of sacrifice. For the beloved deity's sake, of everything unworthy of him. Sometimes the spiritual ardor is so sovereign that purity is achieved at a stroke. We have seen examples. Usually it is a more gradual conquest. Billy Bray's account of his abandonment of tobacco is a good example of the latter form of achievement. I'd been a smoker as well as a drunkard, and I used to love my tobacco as much as I loved my meat, and I would rather go down into the mine without my dinner than without my pipe. In the days of old, the Lord spoke by the mouth of his servants, the prophets. Now he speaks to us by the Spirit of his Son. I had not only the feeling part of religion, but I could hear the small, still voice within speaking to me. When I took the pipe to smoke, it would be applied within. It is an idol, a lust. Worship the Lord with clean lips. So I felt it was not right to smoke. The Lord also sent a woman to convince me. I was one day in a house, and I took out my pipe to light it at the fire, and Mary Hawke, for that was the woman's name, said, "Do you not feel it is wrong to smoke?" I said that I felt something inside telling me that it was an idol, a lust, and she said that was the Lord. Then I said, now I must give it up, for the Lord is telling me of it inside, and the woman outside. So the tobacco must go, love it as I may. There and then I took the tobacco out of my pocket and threw it into the fire, and put the pipe under my foot, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. And I have not smoked since. I found it hard to break off old habits, but I cried to the Lord for help, and he gave me strength. For he has said, "Call upon me in the day of trouble, and I will deliver thee." The day after I gave up smoking, I had the toothache so bad that I did not know what to do. I thought this was owing to giving up the pipe, but I said I would never smoke again, if I lost every tooth in my head. I said, "Lord, thou hast told us, my yoke is easy and my burden is light." And when I said that, all the pain left me. Sometimes the thought of the pipe would come back to me very strong, but the Lord strengthened me against the habit. And bless his name, I have not smoked since. Bray's biographer writes that after he had given up smoking, he thought that he would chew a little, but he conquered this dirty habit too. On one occasion, Bray said, when at a prayer meeting at Hicks Mill, I heard the Lord say to me, "Worship me with clean lips." So when we got up from our knees, I took the quid out of my mouth and whipped and threw it under the form. But when we got on our knees again, I put another quid into my mouth. Then the Lord said to me again, "Worship me with clean lips." So I took the quid out of my mouth and whipped it under the form again and said, "Yes, Lord, I will." From that time I gave up chewing as well as smoking, and have been a free man. The ascetic forms which the impulse for veracity and purity of life may take are often pathetic enough. The early Quakers, for example, had hard battles to wage against the worldliness and insincerity of the ecclesiastical Christianity of their time. Yet the battle that cost them most wounds was probably that which they fought in defense of their own right to social veracity and sincerity in their theeing and thouing, in not doffing the hat or giving titles of respect. It was laid on George Fox that these conventional customs were a lie and a sham, and the whole body of his followers thereupon renounced them as a sacrifice to truth, and so that their acts and the spirit they professed might be more in accord. "When the Lord sent me into the world," says Fox in his journal, "he forbade me to put off my hat to any, high or low. And I was required to thee and thou, all men and women, without any respect, to rich or poor, great or small. And as I travelled up and down, I was not to bid people good morning or good evening. Neither might I bow or scrape with my leg to any one. This made the sects and professions rage. Oh, the rage that was in the priests, magistrates, professors, and people of all sorts, and especially in priests and professors, for though thou to a single person was according to their accident and grammar rules, and according to the Bible, yet they could not bear to hear it, and because I could not put off my hat to them, it set them all into a rage. Oh, the scorn, heat, and fury that arose! Oh, the blows, punchings, beatings, and imprisonments that we underwent for not putting off our hats to men. Some had their hats violently plucked off and thrown away, so that they quite lost them. The bad language and evil usage we received on this account is hard to be expressed, besides the danger we were sometimes in of losing our lives for this matter, and that by the great professors of Christianity, who thereby discovered that they were not true believers. And although it was but a small thing in the eye of man, yet a wonderful confusion it brought among all professors and priests. But blessed be the Lord, many came to see the vanity of that custom of putting off hats to men, and felt the weight of truth's testimony against it." In the autobiography of Thomas Elwood, an early Quaker, who at one time was secretary to John Milton, we find an exquisitely quaint and candid account of the trials he underwent both at home and abroad, in following Fox's canons of sincerity. The anecdotes are too lengthy for citation, but Elwood sets down his manner of feeling about these things in a shorter passage, which I will quote as a characteristic utterance of spiritual sensibility. "By this divine light, then," says Elwood, "I saw that though I had not the evil of common uncleanliness, debauchery, profaneness, and pollutions of the world to put away, because I had, through the great goodness of God and a civil education, been preserved out of those grosser evils, yet I had many other evils to put away and to cease from, some of which were not by the world, which lies in wickedness. 1 John 5:19, accounted evils, but by the light of Christ were made manifest to me to be evils, and as such condemned in me, as particularly those fruits and effects of pride that discover themselves in the vanity and superfluity of apparel, which I took too much delight in. This evil of my doings I was required to put away and cease from, and judgment lay upon me until I did so. I took off from my apparel those unnecessary trimmings of lace, ribbons, and useless buttons which had no real service, but were set on only for that which was by mistake called ornament. And I ceased to wear rings. Again, the giving of flattering titles to men between whom and me there was not any relation to which such titles could be pretended to belong. This was an evil I had been much addicted to, and was accounted a ready artist in. Therefore this evil also was I required to put away and cease from, so that thenceforward I durst not say, Sir, Master, my Lord, Madam, or my Dame, or say your servant to any one to whom I did not stand in the real relation of a servant, which I had never done to any. Again, respect of persons in uncovering the head and bowing the knee or body in salutation was a practice I had been much in the use of, and this being one of the vain customs of the world, introduced by the spirit of the world, instead of the true honor, which this is a false representation of, and used in deceit as a token of respect by persons one to another who bear no real respect one to another, and besides this being a type and a proper emblem of that divine honour which all ought to pay to Almighty God, and which all of all sorts who take upon them the Christian name appear in when they offer their prayers to Him, and therefore should not be given to men. I found this to be one of those evils which I had been too long doing. Therefore I was now required to put it away and cease from it. Again, the corrupt and unsound form of speaking in the plural number to a single person, you to one, instead of thou, contrary to the pure, plain, and single language of truth, thou to one and you to more than one, which had always been used by God to men, and men to God, as well as one to another, from the oldest record of time till corrupt men for corrupt ends in later and corrupt times to flatter, fawn, and work upon the corrupt nature in men, brought in that false and senseless way of speaking you to one, which has since corrupted the modern languages, and hath greatly debased the spirits and depraved the manners of men. This evil custom I had been as forward in as others, and this I was now called out of, and required to cease from. These and many more evil customs which had sprung up in the night of darkness and general apostasy from the truth and true religion were now, by the inshining of this pure ray of divine light in my conscience, gradually discovered to me to be what I ought to cease from, shun, and stand a witness against. These early Quakers were Puritans indeed. The slightest inconsistency between profession and deed jarred some of them to active protest. John Woolman writes in his diary, "In these journeys I have been where much cloth hath been dyed, and have at sundry times walked over ground where much of their dye stuffs has drained away. This hath produced a longing in my mind, that people might come into cleanness of spirit, cleanness of person, and cleanness about their houses and garments. Dyes being invented partly to please the eye and partly to hide dirt, I have felt in this weak state, when travelling in dirtiness and affected with unwholesome scents, a strong desire that the nature of dyeing cloth to hide dirt may be more fully considered. Washing our garments to keep them sweet is cleanly, but it is the opposite to real cleanliness to hide dirt in them. Through giving way to hiding dirt in our garments, a spirit which would conceal that which is disagreeable is strengthened. Real cleanliness becometh a holy people, but hiding that which is not clean by colouring our garments seems contrary to the sweetness of sincerity, though some sorts of dyes cloth is rendered less useful. And if the value of dye stuffs, and expense of dyeing, and the damage done to cloth were all added together, and that cost applied to keeping all sweet and clean, how much more would real cleanliness prevail?" Thinking often on these things, the use of hats and garments dyed with a dye hurtful to them, and wearing more clothes in summer than are useful, grew more uneasy to me, believing them to be customs which have not their foundation in pure wisdom. The apprehension of being singular from my beloved friends was a strait upon me, and thus I continued in the use of some things contrary to my judgment about 9 months. Then I thought of getting a hat the natural colour of the fur. But the apprehension of being looked upon as one affecting singularity felt uneasy to me. On this account I was under close exercise of mind in the time of our general spring meeting in 1762, greatly desiring to be rightly directed, when being deeply bowed in spirit before the Lord, I was made willing to submit to what I apprehended was required of me, and when I returned home, got a hat of the natural colour of the fur. In attending meetings, this singularity was a trial to me, and more especially at this time, as white hats were used by some who were fond of following the changeable modes of dress, and as some friends who, not from what motives I wore it, grew shy of me. I felt my way for a time shut up in the exercise of the ministry, Some friends were apprehensive that my wearing such a hat savoured of an affected singularity. Those who spoke with me in a friendly way, I generally informed in a few words that I believed my wearing it was not in my own will. When the craving for moral consistency and purity is developed to this degree, the subject may well find the outer world too full of shocks to dwell in, and can unify his life and keep his soul unspotted only by withdrawing from it. That law which impels the artist to achieve harmony in his composition by simply dropping out whatever jars or suggests a discord, rules also in the spiritual life. To omit, says Stevenson, is the one art of literature. If I knew how to omit, I should ask no other knowledge, and life, when full of disorder and slackness and vague superfluity, can no more have what we call character than literature can have it under similar conditions. So monasteries and communities of sympathetic devotees open their doors, and in their changeless order, characterized by omissions quite as much as constituted of actions, the holy-minded person finds that inner smoothness and cleanness which it is torture to him to feel violated at every turn by the discordancy and brutality of secular existence. That the scrupulosity of purity may be carried to a fantastic extreme must be admitted. In this it resembles asceticism, to which further symptom of saintliness we had better turn next. The adjective ascetic is applied to conduct originating on diverse psychological levels, which I might as well begin by distinguishing from one another. 1. Asceticism may be a mere expression of organic hardihood, disgusted with too much ease. 2. Temperaments in meat and drink, simplicity of apparel, chastity and non-pampering of the body generally may be fruits of the love of purity, shocked by whatever savours of the sensual. 3. They may also be fruits of love, that is, they may appeal to the subject in the light of sacrifices which he is happy in making to the deity whom he acknowledges. 4. Again, ascetic mortifications and torments may be due to pessimistic feelings about the self, combined with theological beliefs concerning expiation. The devotee may feel that he is buying himself free or escaping worse sufferings hereafter by doing penance now. 5. In psychopathic persons, mortifications may be entered on irrationally by a sort of obsession or fixed idea which comes as a challenge and must be worked off, because only thus does the subject get his interior consciousness feeling right again. 6. Finally, ascetic exercises may in rarer instances be prompted by genuine perversions of the bodily sensibility, in consequence of which normally pain-giving stimuli are actually felt as pleasures. I will try to give an instance under each of these heads in turn, but it is not easy to get them pure, for in cases pronounced enough to be immediately classed as ascetic, several of the assigned motives usually work together. Moreover, before citing any examples at all, I must invite you to some general psychological considerations, which apply to all of them alike. A strange moral transformation has, within the past century, swept over our Western world. We no longer think that we are called on to face physical pain with equanimity. It is not expected of a man that he should either endure it or inflict much of it, and to listen to the recital of cases of it makes our flesh creep morally as well as physically. The way in which our ancestors looked upon pain as an eternal ingredient of the world's order, and both caused and suffered it as a matter-of-course portion of their day's work, fills us with amazement. We wonder that any human beings could have been so callous. The result of this historic alteration is that even in the Mother Church herself, where ascetic discipline has such a fixed traditional prestige as a factor of merit, it has largely come into desuetude, if not discredit. A believer who flagellates or macerates himself today arouses more wonder and fear than emulation. Many Catholic writers who admit that the times have changed in this respect do so resignedly, and even add that perhaps it is as well not to waste feelings in regretting the matter, for to return to the heroic corporeal discipline of ancient days might be an extravagance, where to seek the easy and the pleasant seems instinctive, and instinctive it appears to be in man. Any deliberate tendency to pursue the hard and painful as such, and for their own sakes, might well strike one as purely abnormal. Nevertheless, in moderate degrees, it is natural and even usual to human nature to court the arduous. It is only the extreme manifestations of the tendency that can be regarded as a paradox. The psychological reasons for this lie near the surface. When we drop abstractions and take what we call our will in the act, we see that it is a very complex function. It involves both stimulations and inhibitions. It follows generalized habits. It is escorted by reflective criticisms, and it leaves a good or a bad taste of itself behind, according to the manner of the performance. The result is that, quite apart from the immediate pleasure, which any sensible experience may give us, our own general moral attitude in procuring or undergoing the experience brings with it a secondary satisfaction or distaste. Some men and women indeed there are who can live on smiles and the word yes forever. But for others, indeed for most, this is too tepid and relaxed a moral climate. Passive happiness is slack and insipid, and soon grows mawkish and intolerable. Some austerity and wintry negativity, some roughness, danger, stringency, and effort, some no, must be mixed in to produce the sense of an existence with character and texture and power. The range of individual differences in this respect is enormous, but whatever the mixture of yeses and nos may be, the person is infallibly aware when he has struck it in the right proportion for him. This, he feels, is my proper vocation. This is the optimum, the law, the life for me to live. Here I find the degree of equilibrium, safety, calm, and leisure which I need. Or, here I find the challenge, passion, fight, and hardship without which my soul's energy expires. Every individual soul, in short, like every individual machine or organism, has its own best conditions of efficiency. A given machine will run best under a certain steam pressure, a certain amperage, an organism under a certain diet, weight, or exercise. You seem to do best, I heard a doctor say to a patient, at about 140 millimeters of arterial tension. And it is just so with our sundry souls. Some are happiest in calm weather, some need the sense of tension, of strong volition, to make them feel alive and well. For these latter souls, whatever is gained from day to day must be paid for by sacrifice and inhibition, or else it comes too cheap and has no zest. Now, when characters of this latter sort become religious, they are apt to turn the edge of their need of effort and negativity against their natural self, and the ascetic life gets evolved as a consequence. When Professor Tyndall, in one of his lectures, tells us that Thomas Carlyle put him into his bathtub every morning of a freezing Berlin winter, he proclaimed one of the lowest grades of asceticism. Even without Carlyle, most of us find it necessary to our soul's health to start the day with a rather cool immersion. A little farther along the scale, we get such statements as this, from one of my correspondents, an agnostic. Often at night in my warm bed I would feel ashamed to depend so on the warmth, and whenever the thought would come over me, I would have to get up, no matter what time of night it was, and stand for a minute in the cold, just so as to prove my manhood. Such cases as these belong simply to our head 1. In the next case, we probably have a mixture of heads 2 and 3. The asceticism becomes far more systematic and pronounced. The writer is a Protestant, whose sense of moral energy could doubtless be gratified on no lower terms, and I take his case from Starbuck's manuscript collection. I practiced fasting and mortification of the flesh. I secretly made burlap shirts and put the burrs next the skin, and wore pebbles in my shoes. I would spend nights flat on my back on the floor without any covering. The Roman Church has organized and codified all this sort of thing and given it a market value in the shape of merit. But we see the cultivation of hardship cropping out under every sky and in every faith as a spontaneous need of character. Thus we read of Channing, when first settled as a Unitarian minister, that he was now more simple than ever, and seemed to have become incapable of any form of self-indulgence. He took the smallest room in the house for his study, though he might easily have commanded one more light, airy, and in every way more suitable, and chose for his sleeping chamber an attic, which he shared with a younger brother. The furniture of the latter might have answered for the cell of an anchorite, and consisted of a hard mattress on a cot bedstead, plain wooden chairs and table, with matting on the floor. It was without fire, and to cold he was throughout life extremely sensitive, but he never complained, or appeared in any way to be conscious of inconvenience. I recollect, says his brother, after one most severe night, that in the morning he sportively thus alluded to his suffering: "If my bed were my country, I should be somewhat like Bonaparte. I have no control except over the part which I occupy. The instant I move, frost takes possession. In sickness only would he change for the time his apartment and accept a few comforts. The dress, too, that he habitually adopted was of most inferior quality, and garments were constantly worn which the world would call mean, though an almost feminine neatness preserved him from the least appearance of neglect." Channing's asceticism, such as it was evidently a compound of hardihood and love of purity. The democracy, which is an offshoot of the enthusiasm of humanity, and of which I will speak later under the head of the cult of poverty, doubtless bore also a share. Certainly there was no pessimistic element in his case. In the next case, we have a strongly pessimistic element, so that it belongs under head 4. John Cennick was Methodism's first lay preacher. In 1735 he was convicted of sin while walking in Cheapside, and at once left off song-singing, card-playing, and attending theatres. Sometimes he wished to go to a popish monastery to spend his life in devout retirement. At other times he longed to live in a cave, sleeping on fallen leaves, and feeding on forest fruits. He fasted long and often, and prayed 9 times a day, fancying dry bread too great an indulgence for so great a sinner as himself. He began to feed on potatoes, acorns, crabs, and grass, and often wished that he could live on roots and herbs. At length, in 1737, he found peace with God, and went on his way rejoicing. In this poor man we have morbid melancholy and fear, and the sacrifices made are to purge out sin and to buy safety. The hopelessness of Christian theology in respect of the flesh and the natural man generally has, in systematizing fear, made of it one tremendous incentive to self-mortification. It would be quite unfair, however, in spite of the fact that this incentive has often been worked in a mercenary way for hortatory purposes, to call it a mercenary incentive. The impulse to expiate and do penance is, in its first intention, far too immediate and spontaneous an expression of self-despair and anxiety to be obnoxious to any such reproach. In the form of loving sacrifice, of spending all we have to show our devotion, ascetic discipline of the severest sort may be the fruit of highly optimistic religious feeling. M. Vianney, the cure of Ars, was a French country priest whose holiness was exemplary. We read in his life the following account of his inner need of sacrifice. On this path, M. Vianney said, it is only the first step that costs. There is in mortification a balm and a Saviour without which one cannot live when once one has made their acquaintance. There is but one way in which to give one's self to God. That is to give one's self entirely and to keep nothing for oneself. The little that one keeps is only good to double one and make one suffer. Accordingly, he imposed it on himself that he should never smell a flower, never drink when parched with thirst, never drive away a fly, never show disgust before a repugnant object, never complain of anything that had to do with his personal comfort, never sit down, never lean upon his elbows when he was kneeling. The cure of Ars was very sensitive to cold, but he would never take means to protect himself against it. During a very severe winter, one of his missionaries contrived a false floor to his confessional, and placed a metal case of hot water beneath. The trick succeeded, and the saint was deceived. God is very good, he said with emotion. This year, through all the cold, my feet have always been warm. In this case, the spontaneous impulse to make sacrifices for the pure love of God was probably the uppermost conscious motive. We may class it then under our head 3. Some authors think that the impulse to sacrifice is the main religious phenomenon. It is a prominent, a universal phenomenon, certainly, and lies deeper than any special creed. Here, for instance, is what seems to be a spontaneous example of it, simply expressing what seemed right at the time between the individual and his Maker. Cotton Mather, the New England Puritan divine, is generally reputed as a rather grotesque pedant. Yet what is more touchingly simple than his relation of what happened when his wife came to die? When I saw to what a point of resignation I was now called of the Lord, he says, I resolved, with his help, therein to glorify him. So 2 hours before my lovely consort expired, I kneeled by her bedside, and I took into my 2 hands a dear hand, the dearest in the world. With her thus in my hands, I solemnly and sincerely gave her up unto the Lord, and in token of my real resignation, I gently put her out of my hands, and laid away a most lovely hand, resolving that I would never touch it more. This was the hardest and perhaps the bravest action that I ever did. She told me that she signed and sealed my act of resignation, and though before that she called for me continually, she, after this, never asked for me any more. Father Vianney's asceticism, taken in its totality, was simply the result of a permanent flood of high spiritual enthusiasm, longing to make proof of itself. The Roman Church has, in its incomparable fashion, collected all the motives towards asceticism together, and so codified them that anyone wishing to pursue Christian perfection may find a practical system mapped out for him in any one of a number of ready-made manuals. The dominant church notion of perfection is, of course, the negative one of avoidance of sin. Sin proceeds from concupiscence, and concupiscence from our carnal passions and temptations, chief of which are pride, sensuality in all its forms, and the loves of worldly excitement and possession. All these sources of sin must be resisted, and discipline and austerities are a most efficacious mode of meeting them. Hence there are always in these books chapters on self-mortification, and discipline and austerities are a most efficacious mode of meeting them. Hence there are always in these books chapters on self-mortification. But whenever a procedure is codified, the more delicate spirit of it evaporates. And if we wish the undiluted ascetic spirit, the passion of self-contempt wreaking itself on the poor flesh, the divine irrationality of devotion making a sacrificial gift of all it has, its sensibilities namely, to the object of its adoration, we must go to autobiographies or other individual documents. St. John of the Cross, a Spanish mystic who flourished, or rather who existed, for there was little that suggested flourishing about him in the 16th century, will supply a passage suitable for our purpose. First of all, carefully excite in yourself an habitual affectionate will in all things to imitate Jesus Christ. If anything agreeable offers itself to your senses, yet does not at the same time tend purely to the honor and glory of God, renounce it and separate yourself from it. For the love of Christ, who all his life long had no other taste or wish than to do the will of his Father, whom he called his meat and nourishment. For example, you take satisfaction in hearing of things in which the glory of God bears no part. Deny yourself this satisfaction. Mortify your wish to listen. You take pleasure in seeing objects which do not raise your mind to God. Refuse yourself this pleasure, and turn away your eyes. The same with conversations and all other things. Act similarly, so far as you are able, with all the operations of the senses, striving to make yourself free from their yokes. The radical remedy lies in the mortification of the four great natural passions: joy, hope, fear, and grief. You must seek to deprive these of every satisfaction, and leave them, as it were, in darkness and the void. Let your soul therefore turn always, not to what is most easy, but to what is hardest, not to what tastes best, but to what is most distasteful, not to what most pleases, but to what disgusts, not to matter of consolation, but to matter for desolation rather, not to rest, but to labor, not to desire the more, but the less, not to aspire to what is highest and most precious, but to what is lowest and most contemptible, not to will anything, but to will nothing, not to seek the best in everything, but to seek the worst, so that you may enter for the love of Christ into a complete destitution, a perfect poverty of spirit, and an absolute renunciation of everything in this world. Embrace these practices with all the energy of your soul, and you will find in a short time great delights and unspeakable consolations. Despise yourself and wish that others should despise you. Speak to your disadvantage and desire others to do the same. Conceive a low opinion of yourself and find it good when others hold the same. To enjoy the taste of all things, have no taste for anything. To know all things, learn to know nothing. To possess all things, resolve to possess nothing. To be all things, be willing to be nothing. to get to where you have no taste for anything, go through whatever experiences you have no taste for. To learn to know nothing, go whither you are ignorant. To reach what you possess not, go whithersoever you own nothing. To be what you are not, experience what you are not. These later verses play with that vertigo of self-contradiction, which is so dear to mysticism. Those that come next are completely mystical, for in them St. John passes from God to the more metaphysical notion of the all. When you stop at one thing, you cease to open yourself to the all, for to come to the all, you must give up the all, and if you should attain to owning the all, you must own it, desiring nothing. In this spoliation, the soul finds its tranquility and rest, profoundly established in the center of its own nothingness. It can be assailed by naught that comes from below, and since it no longer desires anything, what comes from above cannot depress it, for its desires alone are the causes of its woes. And now, as a more concrete example of heads 4 and 5, in fact of all our heads together, and of the irrational extreme to which a psychopathic individual may go in the line of bodily austerity, I will quote the sincere Suso's account of his own self-tortures. Suso, you will remember, was one of the 14th century German mystics. His autobiography, written in the third person, is a classic religious document. He was in his youth of a temperament full of fire and life, and when this began to make itself felt, it was very grievous to him, and he sought by many devices how he might bring his body into subjection. He wore for a long time a hair shirt and an iron chain, until the blood ran from him, so that he was obliged to leave them off. He secretly caused an undergarment to be made for him, and in the undergarment he had strips of leather fixed, into which 150 brass nails, pointed and filed sharp, were driven, and the points of the nails were always turned towards the flesh. He had this garment made very tight, and so arranged as to go round him and fasten in front, in order that it might fit the closer to his body, and the pointed nails might be driven into his flesh, and it was high enough to reach upwards to his navel. In this he used to sleep at night. Now in summer, when it was hot, he was very tired and ill from his journeyings. Or when he held the office of lecturer, he would sometimes, as he lay thus in bonds, and oppressed with toil, and tormented also by noxious insects, cry aloud and give way to fretfulness, and twist round and round in agony, as a worm does when run through with a pointed needle. It often seemed to him as if he were lying upon an ant hill, from the torture caused by the insects, for if he wished to sleep, or when he had fallen asleep, they vied with one another. Sometimes he cried to Almighty God, in the fullness of his heart, "Alas, gentle God, what a dying is this! When a man is killed by murderers or strong beasts of prey, it is soon over. But I lie dying here under the cruel insects, and yet cannot die. The nights in winter were never so long, nor was the summer so hot as to make him leave off this exercise. On the contrary, he devised something farther, 2 leathern loops into which he put his hands, and fastened one on each side his throat, and made the fastening so secure that even if his cell had been on fire about him, he could not have helped himself. This he continued until his hands and arms had become almost tremulous with the strain, and then he devised something else, 2 leather gloves, and he caused a brazier to fit them all over with sharp-pointed brass tacks, and he used to put them on at night in order that he should try while asleep to throw off the hair undergarment, or relieve himself from the gnawings of the vile insects. The tacks might then stick into his body, and so it came to pass, if ever he sought to help himself with his hands in his sleep, he drove the sharp tacks into his breast, and tore himself so that his flesh festered. When after many weeks the wounds had healed, he tore himself again and made fresh wounds. He continued this tormenting exercise for about 16 years. At the end of this time, when his blood was now chilled and the fire of his temperament destroyed, there appeared to him in a vision on Whit Sunday a messenger from heaven who told him that God required this of him no longer, whereupon he discontinued it and threw all these things away into a running stream. Suso then tells how to emulate the sorrows of his crucified God. He made himself a cross with 30 protruding iron needles and nails. This he bore on his bare back between his shoulders day and night. The first time that he stretched out this cross upon his back, his tender frame was struck with terror at it, and blunted the sharp nails slightly against a stone. But soon repenting of this womanly cowardice, he pointed them all again with a file, and placed once more the cross upon him. It made his back, where the bones are, bloody and seared. Whenever he sat down or stood up, it was as if a hedgehog skin were on him. If anyone touched him unawares or pushed him against his clothes, it tore him. Suso next tells of his penitences by means of striking this cross and forcing the nails deeper into the flesh, and likewise of his self-scourgings, a dreadful story, and then goes on as follows. At this time period, the servitor procured an old castaway door, and he used to lie upon it at night without any bedclothes to make him comfortable, except that he took off his shoes and wrapped a thick cloak round him. He thus secured for himself a most miserable bed, for hard pea-stalks lay in humps under his head, the cross with sharp nails stuck into his back. His arms were locked fast in bonds. The horsehair undergarment was round his loins, and the cloak too was heavy, and the door hard. Thus he lay in wretchedness, afraid to stir, just like a log, and he would send up many a sigh to God. In winter he suffered very much from the frost. If he stretched out his feet, they lay bare on the floor and froze. If he gathered them up, the blood became all on fire in his legs, and this was great pain. His feet were full of sores, his legs dropsical, his knees bloody and seared, his loins covered with scars from the horsehair, his body wasted, his mouth parched with intense thirst, and his hands tremulous from weakness. Amid these torments he spent his nights and days, and he endured them all out of the greatness of the love which he bore in his heart to the divine and eternal wisdom, our Lord Jesus Christ, whose agonizing sufferings he sought to imitate. After a time he gave up this penitential exercise of the door, and instead of it he took up his abode in a very small cell, and used the bench, which was so narrow and short that he could not stretch himself upon it as his bed. In this hole, or upon the door, he lay at night in his usual bonds for about 8 years. It was also his custom during the space of 25 years, provided he was staying in the convent, never to go after compline in winter into any warm room or to the convent stove to warm himself, no matter how cold it might be. unless he was obliged to do so for other reasons. Throughout all these years he never took a bath, either a water or sweating bath, and this he did in order to mortify his comfort-seeking body. He practiced during a long time such rigid poverty that he would neither receive nor touch a penny, either with leave or without it. For a considerable time he strove to attain such a high degree of purity that he would neither scratch nor touch any part of his body, save only his hands and feet. I spare you the recital of poor Suso's self-inflicted tortures from thirst. It is pleasant to know that after his 40th year, God showed him by a series of visions that he had sufficiently broken down the natural man, and that he might leave these experiences off. His case is distinctly pathological, but he does not seem to have had the alleviation which some ascetics have enjoyed, of an alteration of sensibility capable of actually turning torment into a perverse kind of pleasure. Of the founder of the Sacred Heart Order, for example, we read that her love of pain and suffering was insatiable. She said that she could cheerfully live till the day of judgment, provided she might always have matter for suffering for God. But that to live a single day without suffering would be intolerable. She said again that she was devoured with 2 unassuageable fevers, one for the Holy Communion, the other for suffering, humiliation, and annihilation. Nothing but pain, she continually said in her letters, makes my life supportable. So much for the phenomena to which the ascetic impulse will in certain persons give rise. In the ecclesiastically consecrated character, 3 minor branches of self-mortification have been recognized as indispensable pathways to perfection. I refer to the chastity, obedience, and poverty which the monk vows to observe. And upon the heads of obedience and poverty, I will make a few remarks. First, of obedience. The secular life of our 20th century opens with this virtue held in no high esteem. The duty of the individual to determine his own conduct and profit or suffer by the consequences seems, on the contrary, to be one of our best-rooted contemporary Protestant social ideals, so much so that it is difficult even imaginatively to comprehend how men possessed of an inner life of their own could ever come to think the subjection of its will to that of other finite creatures recommendable. I confess that to myself it seems something of a mystery, yet it evidently corresponds to a profound interior need of many persons, and we must do our best to understand it. On the lowest possible plane, one sees how the expediency of obedience in a firm ecclesiastical organization must have led to its being viewed as meritorious. Next, experience shows that there are times in everyone's life when one can be better counseled by others than by oneself. Inability to decide is one of the commonest symptoms of fatigued nerves. Friends who see our troubles more broadly often see them more wisely than we do, so it is frequently an act of excellent virtue to consult and obey a doctor, a partner, or a wife. But leaving these lower prudential regions, we find in the nature of some of the spiritual excitements, which we have been studying, good reasons for idealizing obedience. Obedience may suffer from the general religious phenomenon of inner softening and self-surrender, and throwing oneself on higher powers. So saving are these attitudes felt to be that in themselves, apart from utility, they become ideally consecrated. And in obeying a man whose fallibility we see through thoroughly, we nevertheless may feel much as we do when we resign our will to that of infinite wisdom, Add self-despair and the passion of self-crucifixion to this, and obedience becomes an ascetic sacrifice, agreeable quite irrespective of whatever prudential uses it might have. It is as a sacrifice, a mode of mortification, that obedience is primarily conceived by Catholic writers, a sacrifice which man offers to God, and of which he is himself both the priest and the victim. By poverty he immolates his exterior possessions. By chastity he immolates his body. By obedience he completes the sacrifice and gives to God all that he yet holds as his own, his two most precious goods, his intellect and his will. The sacrifice is then complete and unreserved, a genuine holocaust, for the entire victim is now consumed for the honor of God. Accordingly, in Catholic discipline, we obey our superior not as mere man, but as the representative of Christ. Obeying God in him by our intention, obedience is easy. But when the textbook theologians marshal collectively all their reasons for recommending it, the mixture sounds to our ears rather odd. One of the great consolations of the monastic life, says a Jesuit authority, is the assurance we have that in obeying we can commit no fault. The superior may commit a fault in commanding you to do this thing or that, but you are certain that you commit no fault so long as you obey, because God will only ask you if you have duly performed what orders you received, and if you can furnish a clear account in that respect, you are absolved entirely, or whether there were not something better that might have been done. These are questions not asked of you, but rather of your superior. The moment what you did was done obediently, God wipes it out of your account and charges it to the superior, so that St. Jerome well exclaimed, in celebrating the advantages of obedience, "O sovereign liberty, O holy and blessed security, by which one becomes almost impeccable." St. John Climacus is of the same sentiment when he calls obedience an excuse before God. In fact, when God asks why you have done this or that, and you reply, "It is because I was so ordered by my superiors," God will ask for no other excuse. As a passenger in a good vessel with a good pilot need give himself no farther concern, but may go to sleep in peace, because the pilot has charge over all and watches for him. So a religious person who lives under the yoke of obedience goes to heaven as if while sleeping, that is, while leaning entirely on the conduct of his superiors, who are the pilots of his vessel, and keep watch for him continually. It is no small thing, of a truth, to be able to cross the stormy sea of life on the shoulders and in the arms of another. Yet that is just the grace which God accords to those who live under the yoke of obedience. Their superior bears all their burdens. A certain grave doctor said that he would rather spend his life in picking up straws by obedience than by his own responsible choice busy himself with the loftiest works of charity, because one is certain of following the will of God in whatever one may do from obedience, but never certain in the same degree of anything which we may do of our own proper movement. One should read the letters in which Ignatius Loyola recommends obedience as the backbone of his order, if one would gain insight into the full spirit of its cult. They are too long to quote, but Ignatius's belief is so vividly expressed in a couple of sayings reported by companions that, though they have been so often cited, I will ask your permission to copy them once more. "I ought," an early biographer reports him as saying, "on entering religion and thereafter to place myself entirely in the hands of God, and of him who takes his place by his authority. I ought to desire that my superior should oblige me to give up my own judgment and conquer my own mind, I ought to set up no difference between one superior and another, but recognize them all as equal before God, whose place they fill. For if I distinguish persons, I weaken the spirit of obedience. In the hands of my superior I must be a soft wax, a thing from which he is to require whatever pleases him, be it to write or receive letters, to speak or not to speak to such a person, or the like. And I must put all my fervour in executing zealously and exactly what I am ordered. I must consider myself as a corpse, which has neither intelligence nor will, be like a mass of matter, which without resistance lets itself be placed wherever it may please anyone, like a stick in the hand of an old man, who uses it according to his needs and places it where it suits him. So must I be under the hands of the order, to serve it in the way it judges most useful. I must never ask of the superior to be sent to a particular place, to be employed in a particular duty. I must consider nothing as belonging to me personally, and as regards the things I use, be like a statue which lets itself be stripped and never opposes resistance. The other saying is reported by Rodriguez in the chapter from which I a moment ago made quotations. When speaking of the Pope's authority, Rodriguez writes, St. Ignatius said, when general of his company, that if the Holy Father were to order him to set sail in the first bark which he might find in the port of Ostia, near Rome, and to abandon himself to the sea without a mast, without sails, without oars or rudder, or any of the things that are needful for navigation or subsistence, he would obey not only with alacrity, but without anxiety or repugnance, and even with a great internal satisfaction. With a solitary concrete example of the extravagance to which the virtue we are considering has been carried, I will pass to the topic next in order. Sister Marie Claire of Port Royal had been greatly imbued with the holiness and excellence of M. de Langres. This prelate, soon after he came to Port Royal, said to her one day, seeing her so tenderly attached to Mother Angelique, that it would perhaps be better not to speak to her again. Marie Claire, greedy of obedience, took this inconsiderate word for an oracle of God, and from that day forward remained for several years without once speaking to her sister. Our next topic shall be poverty, felt at all times and under all creeds as one adornment of a saintly life. Since the instinct of ownership is fundamental in man's nature, this is one more example of the ascetic paradox. Yet it appears no paradox at all, but perfectly reasonable, the moment one recollects how easily higher excitements hold lower cupidities in check. Having just quoted the Jesuit Rodriguez on the subject of obedience, I will, to give immediately a concrete turn to our discussion of poverty, also read you a page from his chapter on this latter virtue. You must remember that he is writing instructions for monks of his own order, and bases them all on the text, "Blessed are the poor in spirit." If any one of you, he says, will know whether or not he is really poor in spirit, let him consider whether he loves the ordinary consequences and effects of poverty, which are hunger, thirst, cold, fatigue, and the denudation of all conveniences. See if you are glad to wear a worn-out habit, full of patches. See if you are glad when something is lacking to your meal, when you are passed by in serving it, when what you receive is distasteful to you, when your cell is out of repair. If you are not glad of these things, if instead of loving them, you avoid them, then there is proof that you have not attained the perfection of poverty of spirit. Rodriguez then goes on to describe the practice of poverty in more detail. The first point is that which St. Ignatius proposes in his Constitutions when he says, "Let no one use anything as if it were his private possession. A religious person," he says, "ought in respect to all the things that he uses to be like a statue, which one may drape with clothing, but which feels no grief and makes no resistance when one strips it again. It is in this way that you should feel towards your clothes, your books, your cell, and everything else that you make use of. If ordered to quit them, or to exchange them for others, have no more sorrow than if you were a statue being uncovered. In this way you will avoid using them as if they were your private possession. But if when you give up your cell, or yield possession of this or that object, or exchange it for another, you feel repugnance, and are not like a statue, that shows that you view these things as if they were your private property. And this is why our holy founder wished the superiors to test their monks somewhat, as God tested Abraham, and to put their poverty and their obedience to trial, that by this means they may become acquainted with the degree of their virtue, and gain a chance to make ever farther progress in perfection, making the one move out of his room when he finds it comfortable and is attached to it, taking away from another a book of which he is fond, or obliging a third to exchange his garment for a worse one. Otherwise we should end by acquiring a species of property in all these several objects, and little by little the wall of poverty that surrounds us and constitutes our principal defense would be thrown down. The ancient fathers of the desert used often thus to treat their companions. Saint Dositheus, being sick nurse, desired a certain knife, and asked Saint Dorotheus for it, not for his private use, but for employment in the infirmary of which he had charge. Whereupon Saint Dorotheus answered him, "Ha, Dositheus, so that knife pleases you so much. Will you be the slave of a knife, or the slave of Jesus Christ? Do you not blush with shame at wishing that a knife should be your master? I will not let you touch it." Which reproach and refusal had such an effect upon the holy disciple that since that time he never touched the knife again. Therefore in our rooms, Father Rodriguez continues, there must be no other furniture than a bed, a table, a bench, and a candlestick, things purely necessary, and nothing more. It is not allowed among us that our cells should be ornamented with pictures, or aught else, neither armchairs, carpets, curtains, nor any sort of cabinet or bureau of any elegance. Neither is it allowed us to keep anything to eat, either for ourselves or for those who may come to visit us. We must ask permission to go to the refectory, even for a glass of water. And finally, we may not keep a book in which we can write a line, or which we may take away from us. One cannot deny that thus we are in great poverty, but this poverty is at the same time a great repose and a great perfection, for it would be inevitable, in case a religious person were allowed to own superfluous possessions, that these things would greatly occupy his mind, be it to acquire them, to preserve them, or to increase them, so that in not permitting us at all to own them, all these inconveniences are remedied, among the various good reasons why the company forbids secular persons to enter our cells. The principal one is that thus we may the easier be kept in poverty. After all, we are all men, and if we were to receive people of the world into our rooms, we should not have the strength to remain within the bounds prescribed, but should at least wish to adorn them with some books, to give the visitors a better opinion of our scholarship. Since Hindu fakirs Buddhist monks and Mohammedan dervishes unite with Jesuits and Franciscans in idealizing poverty as the loftiest individual state. It is worthwhile to examine into the spiritual grounds for such a seemingly unnatural opinion, and first, of those which lie closest to the common human nature. The opposition between the men who have and the men who are is immemorial. Though the gentleman, in the old-fashioned sense of the man who is well born, has usually in point of fact been predacious and revelled in lands and goods, yet he has never identified his essence with these possessions, but rather with the personal superiorities, the courage, generosity, and pride supposed to be his birthright. To certain huckstering kinds of consideration, he thanked God he was forever inaccessible, and if in life's vicissitudes he should become destitute through their lack, he was glad to think that with his sheer valor he was all the freer to work out his salvation. Wer nur selbst was hätte, says Lessing's Temple Herr in Nathan the Wise, mein Gott, ich habe nichts. This ideal of the well-born man without possessions was embodied in knight-errantry and Templardom, and hideously corrupted as it has always been. It still dominates sentimentally, if not practically, the military and aristocratic view of life. To certain huckstering kinds of consideration, he thanked God he was forever inaccessible, and if in life's vicissitudes he should become destitute through their lack, he was glad to think that with his sheer valor he was all the freer to work out his salvation. Wer nur selbst was hätte, says Lessing's Temple Herr in Nathan the Wise, mein Gott, ich habe nichts. This ideal of the well-born man without possessions was embodied in knight-errantry and Templardom, and hideously corrupted, as it always has been. It still dominates sentimentally, if not practically, the military and aristocratic view of life. We glorify the soldier as the man absolutely unencumbered, owning nothing but his bare life, and willing to toss that up at any moment when the cause commands him. He is the representative of unhampered freedom in ideal directions. The laborer, who pays with his person day by day and has no rights invested in the future, offers also much of this ideal detachment. Like the savage, he may make his bed wherever his right arm can support him, and from his simple and athletic attitude of observation, the property owner seems buried and smothered in ignoble externalities, and trammels, wading in straw and rubbish to his knees. The claims which things make are corrupters of manhood, mortgages on the soul, and a drag anchor on our progress towards the Empyrean. Everything I meet with, writes Whitefield, seems to carry this voice with it. Go thou and preach the gospel. Be a pilgrim on earth. Have no party or certain dwelling place. My heart echoes back, Lord Jesus, help me to do or suffer thy will. When thou seest me in danger of nestling, in pity, in tender pity, put a thorn in my nest to prevent me from it. The loathing of capital, with which our laboring classes today are growing more and more infected, seems largely composed of this sound sentiment of antipathy for lives based on mere having. As an anarchist poet writes, "Not by accumulating riches, but by giving away that which you have, shall you become beautiful. You must undo the wrappings, not case yourself in fresh ones. Not by multiplying clothes shall you make your body sound and healthy, but rather by discarding them. For a soldier who is going on a campaign does not seek what fresh furniture he can carry on his back, but rather what he can leave behind, knowing well that every additional thing which he cannot freely use and handle is an impediment." In short, lives based on having are less free than lives based either on doing or on being. And in the interest of action, people subject to spiritual excitement throw away possessions as so many clogs. Only those who have no private interests can follow an ideal straight away. Sloth and cowardice creep in with every dollar or guinea we have to guard. When a brother novice came to St. Francis saying, "Father, it would be a great consolation to me to own a psalter, but even supposing that our general should concede to me this indulgence, still I should like also to have your consent." Francis put him off with the examples of Charlemagne, Roland, and Oliver, pursuing the infidels in sweat and labor, and finally dying on the field of battle. "So care not," he said, "for owning books and knowledge, but care rather for works of goodness." And when some weeks later the novice came again to talk of his craving for the psalter, Francis said, "After you have got your psalter, you will crave a breviary, and after you have got your breviary, you will sit in your stall like a grand prelate, and will say to your brother, 'Hand me my breviary.'" And thenceforward he denied all such requests, saying, "A man possesses of learning only so much as comes out of him in action, and a monk is a good preacher only so far as his deeds proclaim him such, for every tree is known by its fruits." But beyond this more worthily athletic attitude involved in doing and being, there is in the desire of not having something profounder still, something related to that fundamental mystery of religious experience, the satisfaction found in absolute surrender to the larger power. So long as any secular safeguard is retained, and so long as any residual prudential guarantee is clung to, so long the surrender is incomplete. The vital crisis is not past. Fear still stands sentinel, and mistrust of the divine obtains. We hold by two anchors, looking to God, it is true, after a fashion, but also holding by our proper machinations. In certain medical experiences, we have the same critical point to overcome. A drunkard, or a morphine or cocaine maniac, offers himself to be cured. He appeals to the doctor to wean him from his enemy, but he dares not face blank abstinence. The tyrannical drug is still an anchor to windward. He hides supplies of it among his clothing, arranges secretly to have it smuggled in case of need. Even so, an incompletely regenerate man still trusts in his own expedients. His money is like the sleeping potion which the chronically wakeful patient keeps beside his bed. He throws himself on God. But if he should need the other help, there it will be also. Everyone knows cases of this incomplete and ineffective desire for reform. Drunkards, whom, with all their self-reproaches and resolves, one perceives to be quite unwilling seriously to contemplate never being drunk again, really to give up anything on which we have relied, to give it up definitively, for good and all and forever. In memory of William James, born in 1842, died in 1910.
Dios te salve María, llena eres de gracia, el Señor es contigo, bendita tú.
حي على الفلاح.
Nalene shibya khalado ni khako na titribra sebreshi shloma santi.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come.
أشهد أن لا